Morning, everyone. Just a couple minutes and we're going to get started. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 16th, 2022 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez, and I am the acting chairman of the ZBA. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that today is Mexican Independence Day. I hope everyone has an opportunity to celebrate this day and the rich culture that Mexican immigrants brought and continue to bring to this wonderful city of ours. I'd also like to make a brief public service announcement that the latest COVID booster vaccines targeting the Omicron variant became available last week. I was in fact going to schedule my booster for this weekend, but unfortunately I tested positive for COVID earlier this week. You may hear it in my voice today as I'm still fighting it. I hope everyone who is eligible goes out and gets their booster, and please don't wait. And now on with the meeting. First, prior to today's meeting and pursuant to his powers under section 17-14-0301-A of the Chicago zoning ordinance, the chairman designated alternate board member Ann McDonald to take chairman's place as a regular member at today's meeting. So let's all welcome Ann. Also, prior to today's meeting and pursuant to his powers under section 17-14-0301-C of the Chicago zoning ordinance, the chairman designated me to serve as acting chairman in his absence. Second, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on August 19, 2022, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until September 19, 2022. Thus, section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Third, I am making a determination pursuant to section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation promulgated by the chairman and which are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety, but there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those who will be participating in the meeting. 1, we are operating under the emergency rules, so for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. 2, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to a panelist. Please accept the promotion. There will be a short switchover where you will lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. 3, if you are here in opposition or support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. 4, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. 5, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking at all times, including now. 6, in addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that 2 people not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that happens. 7, if you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If you're an active participant in this meeting, do not watch the live stream in tandem. 8, Please make sure you identify yourself whenever you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. When I do swear you in, please spell your last name. 9, if an applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you are interested in continuing to watch our meeting, which I hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Brooks.
Present.
Can you hear and see me?
I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Esposito.
Present, excuse me, present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner McDonald.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of last month's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
I'm sorry?
Oh, I approve.
Okay. Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya. Commissioner Toya.
I'm sorry, I'm on mute. Yes.
Okay. I vote yes. The minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes. The agenda has been approved. Now we're going to take continuances and withdrawals. Please raise your hand if you have a continuance or a withdrawal. Let me check my list. Councilor Moore, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have case number 32922S. It's on page 8. It's 2350 North Clybourne. I've been informed that the planning department is probably going to oppose it, and so I need to work a little more on my evidence, and I'd ask for a continuance, please.
Okay, is 2 months okay?
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. So this is calendar number 329-22-S. Will be continued to November 18, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have someone here on 339 through 342-22-Z? This is 3425 North Lawndale. All right, we'll skip that for a second. Let's see here. Counselor Kolpak. You're the attorney for 339 through 342-22-Z. Is that correct, Counselor? Counselor Kolpak, can you hear me? Counselor Kolpak? Counselor Kolpak? Okay. All right. I can't hear you, Counselor. Counselor Kolpak, I saw that you were talking, but we could not hear you. Okay, I think there's some technical difficulties going on. Are you able to hear us now, Counselor Kolpak? All right, well, while he's working on that, why don't we, I see that we've got Ray Valadez promoted. Ray, are you here on a continuance?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My name is Raymond Valadez of Alderman Tunney's office of the 44th Ward. Alderman Tunney is requesting that application number 330, 331, 332, and 333 be continued to allow for further community input. We would ask it be a 1-month continuance if possible.
Is John Pekarsky on? I see we've got John.
Pekarsky here. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Yes, thank you, Counselor.
Wonderful. We need a 1-month continuance. This is basically reached an accord, and one little thread is hanging out that will be easily, I believe, settled, and it would be a true hardship to our client to go out more than 1 month. Number one, because he's already purchased the property, and number two, we are heading toward the fall building season. And so we would respectfully request a 1-month continuance.
Okay, let me see here. I'm just checking to see if we can do 1 month. I don't believe we can.
It would be a true hardship to my client, and of course, the Alderman's office also agrees with us.
Unfortunately, we're booked for next month. We have to go out to 2 months, which would be November. So we are going to continue matters 330-22-Z, 331-22-Z, 332-22-Z, and 333-22-Z to November 18th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still on regarding on page 12, numbers 485 and 486 are withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, 485-21-Z and 486-21-Z are withdrawn. Got it.
Correct.
Thank you, Counselor.
Have a good day.
You too. All right. Should we go back? Can Counselor Kolpak hear us yet? Seems he's still struggling. But we do have an item on the agenda that needs to be corrected to 333-22-Z is listed as 334-22-Z on the agenda. 334 should be 333-22-Z. So we're just correcting the agenda to reflect that. We're going to amend the agenda on its face.
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat that one more time? I missed the number switch.
Sure. 334-22-Z it should be 333-22-Z.
Chair, that's the first one, 3615 North Wilton, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, I think she's raising a great point. 333-22-Z is Wilton. What's on the agenda is 334-22-Z is Martin Luther King Drive, correct?
Yeah, I think there were two 334-22-Zs. So the first one was meant to be 333. The second one is 334, the Martin Luther King.
Okay.
That's right. Ann is correct.
Yeah, that's what my agenda says. So is there a change to the agenda?
I think the first, Zarek, I think the first 334 that is Wilton should be 333.
Okay.
Right.
I think this was corrected on the agenda that was posted for the public.
Oh, okay. So your agenda actually has the last 333 is Wilton, 333-22-Z is Wilton, and 334 is 3742 MLK.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, I see we have Alderman Reboyris on. Alderman, welcome.
Hi, sorry, I was on a different meeting. I thought it was a Teams meeting.
No, it's okay. It's okay. What brings you here today?
I have a matter at 30, what's the address? 3425 North Lawndale. Now I want to put a hold on that.
Okay. Oh, these are the ones where Counselor Kolpak is the attorney.
Correct.
Okay. This is at what is 3425 North Lawndale.
Yes, sir.
You're requesting a continuance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And has Counselor Kolpak figured out his, let's see, he's not even in here anymore. Counselor Kolpak was having some technical issues earlier, Alderman. He was in here, but he couldn't hear us apparently.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Toya. Historically, we always give the alderman if they ask for a continuance, one continuance, just FYI.
Yeah, I do know that. I just wanted to get the counselor on just to confirm. But if he's got technical difficulties, I'm not going to wait for him anymore. It's been quite some time. All right. Well, here's what we're doing. This is 339-22-Z, 340-22-Z, 341-22-Z, and 342-22-Z are being continued to November 18, 2022 at the request of the alderman, and no further notice will be given.
And Chairman, I have Attorney Kolpak on the line here, so you can talk if he can hear you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm sorry for the problems. I just can't get heard. I
Sure.
understand the alderman has requested a continuance for cases at the bottom of page 10, 33922, top of page 11, 340, 341, and 342, and that they are continued until November 22nd. We have no objection.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I apologize for the technical difficulty, but I just couldn't get in.
It's all right. It happens.
Thank you.
It happens to all of
Be
us.
well.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Do we have any other continuances or withdrawals? One second. All right. Well, I got someone. A hand raised here. Okay. Dennis, you had your hand raised.
Yes, this is Tiffany Hill. I'm representing my aunt Vanessa Dennis. She lives at 3744 South King Drive, and there is a matter to be heard today for the property next to her, which is 3742 Martin Luther King Drive. So I am here because she's unable to be here, but she did send a letter with an unequivocal objection, and I did hear that address.
Okay, at this time, we're just taking continuances or withdrawals. So we will get to that case today. So just when we get to it, then you can, we'll get you promoted at that time, okay?
Okay, yeah, I heard the address when it was a confusion about an address.
Oh,
so
yeah, we were just talking about the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Understood.
we're gonna call the matter later today. And once we get to it, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted, okay?
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other continuances or withdrawals, we're going to move to the regular call, which I will point out is pretty full today. I want to remind everyone that the board has reviewed everything that has been submitted on today's matters. For matters where we do not have objectors, I'm asking the attorneys to do the short form. That is, get your witnesses on to affirm their affidavits, and then we're going to open it up to the board for questions. Obviously, if your matter has objectors, we'll need you to put on your case in full. But I do want the short form where we don't have objectors so that we can move this day along. Okay. With that said, we are going to start. We're going to take a few matters out of order because we have a witness who has a conflict later today. We're going to start with 301-22-S. This is 2551 North Milwaukee. With Counselor McGuire for this one. Please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Katrina McGuire is on.
Good morning, Counselor. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks, and I hope you're feeling better too. Just for the record, I got my booster.
Oh, good for you. I wish I had gotten mine.
Well, there wasn't much time. You just missed the window.
Wasn't.
All right, I'm ready to go ahead. I think my other witnesses are probably also on or getting on, I'm guessing.
Yes, I think we do have them. I'm just scanning here. I can see we have Matthew Brewer, we have Michael Woolen, we have George Kissel, we have Timothy Levon.
Those are really the key ones. We have
Okay.
2 additional witnesses that would be available for questions if need be.
Okay, yeah, I see Michael Hagenson as well. Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before I let you start, if there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. And I'll let you know if any show up.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just make my introductory statement first, and then if there's objectors, we can decide how to proceed next.
Yeah.
Again, good morning. My name is Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn. It is my pleasure to be here on behalf of Family Roots LLC. As noted, with me today are several witnesses: Matthew Brewer, CEO of Family Roots LLC, Timothy Levon, the project architect, Michael Woolen, our appraiser expert, George Kissel, our land planner. And as noted, we have the property owner, Mike Hagenson, who is with us and available for questions, as is Mike Schodel, who is the dispensary operations consultant for Family Roots. A special use for a cannabis dispensary was approved by unanimous vote by this board in January 2021 for this location for a different operator. Because that approval was issued solely to that applicant, a new special use is required for this applicant. The site is located on a through lot with frontage on North Milwaukee Avenue and West Logan Boulevard within the Logan Square Boulevard Landmark District. The building is an existing 2-story plus basement orange rated building that was originally constructed as a bank. There are 6 apartment units on the 2nd floor. The apartments are accessed from Logan Boulevard. There's also another commercial space in the building occupied by an escape room entertainment venue. The entrance for that venue is also on Logan Boulevard. We held a community meeting in the ward as required by city ordinance and consistent with ZBA rules on August 25th. Notice of that meeting was provided to the zoning board, Alderman Wagsback, as well as property owners within 250 feet. And as you can imagine, due to the earlier special use approval and the fact that this site had to be rezoned before that initial special use approval, this property's potential use as a cannabis dispensary has been the subject of several community meetings and has been unopposed throughout. We are especially grateful to Logan Square Preservation, which is the local community organization, as well as Alderman Wagsback for their help and engagement throughout, and are pleased to be here today with their support. With that, Mr. Chairman, do we have any objectors?
We do not have any objectors, and allow me to read the department's recommendation with this as well. I should have read it at the beginning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, for calendar number 301-22-S, The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary on the ground floor of an existing building with basement storage, provided, 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Family Roots LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan with Milwaukee elevation and historic door detail dated August 17, 2022, and level 1 and lower level space plans, 2 sheets, and access plans, 2 sheets dated May 12, 2022, all prepared by Interform Architecture Plus Design. And 4, the proposed safety and security film on the window and door glazing is fully transparent.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, my first witness is Timothy Levon, the project architect.
Okay. Mr. Levon, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Timothy. Last name is Levon, Levaughan. The business address is 19 South LaSalle Street, Suite 300, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Levon, you're the project architect for this dispensary, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the rules and regulations of the state of Illinois relative to cannabis dispensary facilities, are you not?
We are.
And you're familiar with the site and the surrounding area, is that correct?
We are.
Are there any alterations proposed to the exterior facade?
So the replacement of the front door, which was a recommendation from the neighborhood group, we are going to replace it with a door which is more in keeping with what would have been historically there.
Okay, thank you. And we prepared an affidavit with you in conjunction with this application, is that correct?
Correct.
If you were to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
It would.
Okay, I have nothing further of this witness.
Okay. Let's put your next witness on, and we'll do questions after all your witnesses go.
Okay, fair enough. My next witness is Matthew Brewer.
Okay, Matthew,
And Mr.
could you state your name and address, please?
Good morning. My name is Matthew Brewer, B as in boy, R-E-W-E-R. My address is 917 West Washington, Suite 150.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, proceed.
And Mr. Chairman, again, since there are no objectors, I'm happy to do the short form. Traditionally with cannabis dispensaries, the board has at least wanted the operator to sort of walk through the dispensary floor plan. Would you like us to do that?
We have the floor plan. We have reviewed the materials. They are extensive.
Okay.
You can do the short form. If we had objectors here, it would obviously be a different story.
Understood. Yeah,
yes.
happy to get out of your way. All right, Mr. Brewer, if you could just briefly confirm, you are the CEO of Family Roots, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and who are the main owners or members of Family Roots?
Myself, my mother, and my brother own the majority of the business, and we have a handful of additional investors.
Okay, and could you just briefly describe your professional background?
I'm a lawyer by training. I've practiced law for the last 15 years here in Chicago. And then in 2014, got involved in the medical cannabis industry in Illinois.
Great. And we, similar to Mr. Levon, we prepared an affidavit on your behalf in conjunction with this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with the information provided in that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further of Mr. Brewer.
Okay. Next witness
is Mr. Wolin.
All right. Mr. Wolin, if you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Mike Wolin, spelled W-O-L-I-N. Business address is 5 Revere Drive in Northbrook, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I will do.
Great, please proceed.
And we'd ask, I know Mr. Wolin has appeared before this board many times before, and we'd ask that he be accepted as an expert.
We do recognize his expertise.
Thank you. Mr. Wolin, you're an MAI appraiser, is that correct?
I am, as well as an Illinois Certified General Appraiser.
Right. And you prepared a report in conjunction with this application, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the purpose of that report was to determine whether or not the proposed dispensary would have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community, is that correct?
That is true.
And your report concluded that there would be no such adverse impact, is that correct?
That's true.
Okay. If you were asked to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with the conclusions and findings in your report?
It would be.
Okay, I have nothing further of Mr. Wolin.
Okay. Next witness.
My final witness then is Mr. Kissel.
All right, Mr. Kissel, if you could state your name and address, please.
Certainly. My name is George Kissel, last name spelled Kisiel. Offices at 141 West Jackson Boulevard, Suite 4020 in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kissel has also appeared before this board many times, and we would just ask that he be accepted as an expert as well.
Yes, just like Mr. Wolin, the board recognizes Mr. Kissel's expertise based on many past appearances.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kissel, you prepared a report, an urban planning analysis of this proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that report, the purpose of which was to determine whether or not the proposal was consistent with all applicable standards for special uses and the additional standards for adult use cannabis dispensaries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if that report was provided as part of our findings of fact and submitted into the record, is that correct?
That is correct.
If you were to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions in that report?
Yes, they would.
I have nothing further, Mr. Kissel.
Okay, and then that's your last witness?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya. I just got a couple questions to the owner. Do you have an agreement to sell your interest in the dispensary at this time?
We have no agreement and no intent to sell. We plan to stand this up and operate it.
Great. So you're also, and you're the guarantee on the lease then?
Yes.
Very good. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, seeing none, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Thank you.
Okay, there are two other matters we're going to take out of order. We're going to go next to 317-22-S. This is 2030 North Halsted, and I believe we're with Counselor Tyler Manick.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can, yes.
Terrific. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenya and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of Credit Union 1, the applicant for a special use permit to allow the establishment of a credit union at 2030 North Halsted Street due to the proximity of other financial institutions along the pedestrian corridor. Credit Union 1 is a well-established, not-for-profit, member-owned cooperative organization which has been serving Chicago residents since 1980. It has currently 3 branch locations in the city of Chicago at 2359 North Washtenaw, 750 South Halsted, and 828 South Walcott. As a not-for-profit credit union, the applicant is able to offer its members lower fees, account minimums, and borrowing rates, while also providing higher rates of savings. The Lincoln Park neighborhood doesn't currently have a credit union option for residents and businesses, as the nearest credit union is in River North, which is approximately 3 miles away. A credit union is a permitted use in the property's B32 zoning district, but due to the proximity of other traditional financial institutions along the pedestrian street, the special use permit is required. However, as indicated, none of these other financial institutions are credit unions. As such, the applicant seeks to offer a new type of service to the Lincoln Park neighborhood while filling long vacant commercial space and adding commercial vibrancy and activity to this pedestrian street. The special use permit will preserve the existing building. All renovations would be interior only to the ground floor commercial space, so that no changes would be made to the existing building. The proposed hours of operation are 9 to 5 Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 10 to 5 on Wednesday, and the business will be closed on weekends. The property is also located near multiple public transportation routes. The applicant is an experienced operator and an industry leader and will install security presence at the property that will benefit the surrounding community. None of its other branches have had any issues with the city of Chicago. Lastly, the applicant has shared the plans with the Lincoln Park Chamber of Commerce, Sheffield Neighbors Association, and former Alderwoman Smith. And we've presented the board with letters of support from the Chamber of Commerce as well as the Alderwoman's office. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I'm joined by Todd Gunderson, Mike Woolen, and Richard Stan Ladek. I'm not sure if you want to swear them in all together or one after another.
I'll get them sworn in, but first, if there are any objectors here, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted, or any supporters, please raise your hand, we'll get you promoted. And let me also read the department's recommendation for this matter. This is 317-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the credit union on a lot abutting a pedestrian retail street to be located within 600 feet of a bank, savings and loan association, credit union, currency exchange, or ATM facility that already exists on the pedestrian retail street, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Credit Union 1, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated June 27, 2022, prepared by RSL Commercial Architecture. And I do not see that we have any objectors. I'll get your witnesses sworn and then you can proceed. So got Todd Gunderson. Could you state your name and address, please?
My name's Todd Gunderson. My address is 516 Council Circle, Vernon Hills, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Stan Ladrick, could you state your name and address, please? Stan? You're muted.
Sorry, Stan Ladrick, RSL Architecture, 8927 Ross Ash Road, Cincinnati, Ohio.
And do you
I
swear?
apologize. So sorry. This is the core recorder. I didn't hear that address. Could you repeat that?
8927 Ross Ash Road, Cincinnati, Ohio.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, great. And Councilor Michael Woolen has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized.
And thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gunderson, are you present?
I am.
Can you, for the record, just state your name?
Todd Gunderson.
And what is your position with the applicant?
CEO and president of Credit Union 1.
Thank you.
And in conjunction with the findings of fact that we submitted, did you execute an affidavit?
I did.
And were the statements that you made in that affidavit true and correct?
They are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements that you made in that affidavit?
I do.
Mr. Chairman, unless you have questions for Mr. Gunderson, I'll move on to Mr. Woolen.
We'll do any questions at the end.
Okay. Mr. Woolen, can you state your name for the record?
My name is Mike Woolen.
And can you state your position?
I'm an MAI as well as an Illinois State Certified General Appraiser.
And did you prepare a report that was submitted with the findings of fact?
I did, sir.
And were the statements you made and opinions you made in that report true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge, they are each accurate.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements and opinions that you made in that report?
I do.
Did you also execute an affidavit in conjunction with the findings of fact?
I did.
And are the statements that you made in that affidavit true and correct?
To the best of my knowledge, they are each correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements that you made in your affidavit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ladrick, are you available?
Yes.
Mr. Ladrick? Oh. Can you state your name
Yeah,
for the
sorry about
record?
that. Stan Ladrick.
And Mr. Ladrick, you're the project architect that prepared the plans for this project?
That's correct.
And in conjunction with the findings of fact that we submitted for this application, did you execute an affidavit?
Yes, I did.
And are the statements that you made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements that you made in the affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's all that we have for our presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need on this one. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the consideration on the agenda.
Thanks. Okay, last one out of order. We are going to 324-22-S. This is 400 South Wells. I believe we are with Counselor Mikas.
Chairman, sorry, what was the case number again?
This is 324-22-S.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
While we are, do we have?
Good morning. Good
Okay,
morning,
great.
Acting Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation while we've got people getting promoted. This, and also if you are an objector, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted, or if you're in support, raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Okay, this is calendar number 324-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, TC Applico LLC. 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. 3, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated September 14, 2022, prepared by Verve Design Studio.
Well, I'm having issues with my video, so it looks like I'm actually not in my office, but I am. But you can hear me, correct?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning, Acting Chairman Sanchez and members of the board. For the record, my name is Sylvia Mikas. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Taft, Stitzinitz, and Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago, Illinois. I am here today on behalf of the applicant, TC Applico LLC. The applicant is the lessee of the property located at 400 South Wells Street. The subject property is improved with a 1 and partial 2-story building, and the applicant is seeking to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary within the existing building. As the subject property is located within a DC 16 district, a special use is required, and it's for this reason the applicant is before the board today. Just as a matter of background, our team did meet with the 25th Ward Zoning Advisory Board and then had the required community meeting on July the 11th. We also secured a letter of support from Alderman Cinco Lopez. We will have 7 witnesses testifying today on behalf of the applicant, Craig Moore, manager at TC Applico LLC, Mitch Zavoduk, Vice President of Real Estate, Justice Cannabis, the applicant's cannabis industry consultant, Stuart Johnson, the National Security Director with Justice Cannabis, our security consultant, Ken Boucher of Jensen Hughes, our land planner, George Kissel of Oakland Kissel, our real estate consultant, Michael Wolin of Price Appraisal, and our traffic engineer, Luea Abuna of KLOA. Also available for questions is our project architect team, which includes Jeff Crowley and Eric Biggs of Verb Design, April Geisman of Horner Schifrin, project engineer, and Ashley Benoman of Architectures. Chairman, I just wanted to check to see if anyone had signed in as an objector, so we know if we can move forward on a short form.
All right, do we have any objectors? If we do, please raise your hand. Any objectors? Not seeing any objectors. Let me start by, let me just get all your witnesses sworn and then you can proceed, okay?
Great, thank you.
Mr. Moore, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Craig Moore, 7011 South Clyde, Chicago, Illinois, 60649. And I do have my camera on, but I don't see myself. Can you hear and see me okay?
We can both hear and see you. Thank you.
Very good.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Zavoduk, could you state your name and address, please?
Mitchell Zavoduk, Zaveduk, 2844 Floral Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes, sir.
could you state your name and address, please?
Stuart Johnson, Johnsson, 9922 East Thunderbolt Avenue, Mesa, Arizona.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher, do we have Mr. Boucher?
I guess we can proceed with the witnesses, Chairman, and hopefully Ken will be able, oh, there he is.
I was just.
Mr. Boucher?
He just accepted the promotion.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Kenneth Boucher, 10 South Wacker Drive, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Luea Abuna, could you state your name and address, please?
Luea Abuna, Aboona. I'm a principal with KLOA, 9575 West Higgins Road in Rosemont, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Councilor Mikas, both George Kissel and Michael Wolin have already been sworn in, and both of their expertise has been recognized.
Great. Thank you. Then we'll proceed with our short testimony.
Go ahead.
My first witness will be Craig Moore. Mr. Moore, you are the manager of the applicant TC Applico LLC.
Yes.
And the applicant is a social equity applicant as defined in the Illinois Cannabis Regulation and Tax Act, correct?
That's correct.
And the LLC is a majority-owned African-American company, correct?
Correct.
Right. The applicant was issued its conditional adult use dispensing organization license from the state of Illinois in July, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the applicant has a lease with the property owner of 400 South Wall Street, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the plan is for the applicant to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary within the existing building located at 400 South Wall Street.
Correct.
Great. And in terms of hiring, you're looking to hire up to 22 employees, which include positions in inventory control, security, product consultants, et cetera, correct?
That's right. Yep.
And all your employees will be trained in accordance with state law.
Yes.
Great. And security personnel will be located on site and will monitor the interior of the proposed dispensary as well as the exterior of the dispensary as well.
Yes.
And Mr. Moore, as you're aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Our second witness, Mr. Mitch Zabaduk. Mr. Zabaduk, you are the Vice President of Real Estate for Justice Cannabis, correct?
Yes,
Which is a national cannabis company founded in Chicago in 2014, correct?
that's correct.
And Justice Cannabis has existing cannabis cultivation site located in Effingham, Illinois, as well as operates 10 medical dispensaries located in Pennsylvania, Utah, Michigan, and Missouri.
That's correct.
Okay. And Justice Cannabis is providing consulting services to the applicant in establishing its applicant's proposed dispensary at 400 South Wall Street.
That's correct.
Great. And this includes helping, assisting in developing operations, security plans, et cetera, with the social equity applicant.
Yes.
Great. And Mr. Zabaduk, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
It would, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Zabaduk. Our next witness is Mr. Stuart Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you are the National Security Director for Justice Cannabis, correct?
Yes, correct.
And again, as stated previously, Justice Cannabis is consulting with the applicant in establishing applicant's proposed dispensary at 400 South Wall Street.
Correct, yes.
And again, the proposed dispensary will operate within the existing one and partial two-story building at the site.
Yes, correct.
And you and your team of security professionals prepared a security plan for the proposed dispensary, which will include 24/7 video surveillance and a security system, correct?
Yes, correct.
Great. And this includes 30 to 50 high definition cameras, which will be placed within the interior and exterior of the existing building.
Yes, correct.
And the exterior of the proposed dispensary will have mounted lighting on its perimeter, which will be operational all 24 hours.
Yes, correct.
Great. Mr. Johnson, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your affidavit to the board, which were submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Our next witness is Mr. Ken Boucher. Mr. Boucher, you are a security risk consultant with the firm of Jensen Hughes, correct?
Yes.
And the scope of your assignment was to identify studies examining the impact of recreational cannabis on public safety, correct?
Yes, it was.
And based on your research and interviews, you found that recreational cannabis dispensaries have little to no negative impact on public safety, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Boucher, as you are aware, TAF submitted findings of fact in your letter summarizing your findings to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and affidavits?
Yes, it would.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Boucher. Our next witness is George Kitzel. George, the scope of your assignment was to prepare a report to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal to establish an adult use cannabis dispensary in a DC 16 downtown core district at the subject property, correct?
That's correct.
Great. And have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusion? And has that report been submitted and previously admitted into evidence?
Yes, it has.
And Mr. Kissel, if you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with findings and conclusions contained in your report? Specifically, that the proposed development is consistent with the general criteria for approval of special uses and specific criteria for adult use cannabis dispensaries?
Yes, it would.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kissel. And our next witness is Mr. Michael Wolin. Mr. Wolin, the scope of your assignment was to prepare an analysis as to whether the applicant's proposed special use to establish an adult use recreational cannabis dispensary at 400 South Wells would have any detrimental effects on surrounding properties, correct?
That is true.
And you inspected the existing building and the surrounding area, correct?
I did. I inspected on March 22nd, May 10th, and July 11th, 2022.
Wonderful. And also included in the scope of your assignment was to evaluate whether the applicant's proposed adult use cannabis dispensary will comply with the general special use standards and additional cannabis related standards.
That is true. I did.
And isn't it true that you found that such standards have been met?
They each have been met, and I've identified that in my report.
Thank you. Mr. Wolin, as you are aware, TAP submitted findings of fact in your report summarizing your findings to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and report?
Yes, they would be consistent.
Thank you, Mr. Wolin. And our final witness, Mr. Louis Abuna of KLOA. Mr. Abuna, the scope of your assignment was to prepare a TOD transportation study to identify the existing transportation conditions within the vicinity of the proposed dispensary, evaluate the impact the proposed dispensary will have on the transportation system, and the adequacy of the parking supply, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And also the proposed dispensary is located within a transit served location, correct?
That is correct. It's in close proximity to CTA, transit stations, and multiple bus lines.
And based on your analysis, is it your professional opinion that the applicant's proposed dispensary is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
That is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Abuna, as you are aware, TAP submitted findings of fact and your report summarizing your findings to the board, which was submitted into evidence. If you were asked to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with those findings of fact and report?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Abuna. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our case in chief. As mentioned earlier, our project architects are available if there are any questions regarding the interior build out of the proposed dispensary. We are available to answer any questions from the board.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, Chair, a couple questions. Council, you mentioned that you did have a community meeting. What date was that community meeting on?
The community meeting was on July the 11th.
And what notice was provided for that meeting?
We actually provided notice. We sent out notice to the property owners within 250 feet. And we also published notification in the Chicago Sun-Times, as well as we put up a sign in the window of the proposed dispensary, also notifying the public of the community meeting.
And how was notice provided to those property owners?
By US mail.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I think we have what we need on this one. We're going to take it under advisement.
Great, thank you very much. And Chairman, very quick and speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you, take care.
Okay, now we're going to the front of the call. We are starting with 295-22-S. This is 6144 West North Avenue. And I do see that we have Alderman Taliaferro here.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Byron Watson on behalf of Alderman Chris Taliaferro. Good morning, Chairman.
Good morning, Mr. Watson.
What was the question? I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Could you just could you state your name and role, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Byron Watson, and I am Director of Infrastructure Projects for the 29th Ward, Alderman Taliaferro's office.
Okay, and what brings you here today?
So Alderman Taliaferro, we are here in regards to case number 295-22-S, address 6144 West North Avenue. We are, Alderman is objecting to the special use for this barbershop barbershop. Alderman says it's way too many barbershops in the close proximity of the requested address. And that's, there's 20 personal service areas in a 5-block radius from 5600 to 6200 West North Avenue. So he is objecting to this special use permit.
Okay, all right. Do we have the applicant?
Yes.
Could you just state your name and address, please?
My name is Jake Adam Rule Jr., R-U-L-E.
Okay.
My address.
Oh, go ahead.
The address to the location is 6144 West North Avenue, 60639.
Okay. All right. So you were just on and you heard the objection from the Alderman's office?
Yes.
Okay. Because the Alderman has made an objection, this can't go forward today. You need to get an expert to support your case. So let me just see here. We can give you a 1-month continuance to get an expert for this one, okay?
Thank you.
And so that will be October 21. So this is matter 295-22-S will be continued to October 21, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, guys. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to 296-22-Z. This is 4525 North Beacon. If there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Or any supporters. Okay, I can see we've got Jonathan Solomon and Kiefer Dunn on. Jonathan, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Jonathan Solomon, S-O-L-O-M-O-N. I own the home at 4525 North Beacon Street.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And Kiefer Dunn, that's one of your witnesses?
Yes.
Kiefer, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Kiefer Dunn, architect. My last name is spelled D-U-N-N. My business address is 3149 South Morgan Street, unit number 1.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jonathan, tell us what brings you here today?
This is an owner applicant project with no attorney. I'm representing myself. Kiefer Dunn is my architect, and he's here as my witness. We are proposing to reconstruct a rear deck on the home at 4525 Beacon in a manner that has some conflict with the existing rear setback. Kiefer can explain it in more detail.
Go ahead, Mr. Dunn.
Yeah, so this is a sort of unusual lot in that we usually don't have grades to deal with in Chicago, but the grade of the alley is about 4 or 5 feet below the grade of the lot. So while the lot is flat, there's a retaining wall and then the alley 4 or 5 feet below. So part of the project scope is also to reconstruct the garage. Both the existing garage and existing deck are in an advanced state of deterioration. You can see from the photo of the existing garage that it's kind of sunk into the lot. So we want to rebuild that garage with a rooftop deck. Part of the intent of building a deck on top of that garage is that at its current height, it's sort of a climbing and fall hazard. So making it a deck makes sense for safety reasons, and it's a nice thing to have. And then we would like to build a deck that connects from the first floor of the existing single family residence to the new proposed deck. So specifically, there's no zoning issues associated with the garage specifically. We're seeking a variance to allow us to build that deck into the rear setback. It's a very low slung deck. It's about 5 feet in the air, give or take. Because of this unusual grading condition, it's not a bulky structure by any means.
Okay. I did have a question when I was looking at this one, and I guess the first question I have is, can you have a without using the connector from the deck to the garage to the roof deck, can you have like a Hopkins compliant stair without needing relief?
Yeah, so we're, because of the having a connecting deck with one means of egress is a kind of self-evident solution. It is possible for there to be two staircases there. By the time we reorient the deck and things like this, we want to maximize rear yard open space with in compliance with the intent of the zoning code.
I guess what's the hardship for why you need this relief?
The hardship is that we have this unusual condition here. Of the grading, and so we need to have this rooftop, this garage here, and then building. There's already a hardship in that we have to rebuild these structures, right? We don't want to have to rebuild these structures, but they're falling apart, so we do. And having this kind of connecting deck allows us to kind of simplify the proposal a great deal by having one means of egress and having a kind of more efficient and cost-effective deck structure.
But the rebuilding of the structures isn't what's requiring the relief, though, right? It's the connection into the rear yard setback. Is that? Am I correct?
That's right.
About that?
Yeah, that's right. And so part of the thinking here too is that porches, balconies, and are allowed to encroach onto the rear setback. This was part of the discussion with the zoning administrators was, what sort of makes this much different, right, than the kind of structures that are allowed to encroach into the rear setback. So, I think that's part of what the issue has been here.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just for clarification, can you remind us how high above grade is the connecting deck surface?
Yeah, the surface of the deck is 5'8".
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
And I had a question too. Does the lower grade of the rear part of the yard would that create any complexities to actually building 2 staircases back there?
Potentially, yes. Yeah. So if we have the code requires us to have the stairs be perpendicular to the wall, the rear wall of the garage, and with the kind of egress, we could certainly fit something in there, but we run into drainage issues at that point as well with running the drainage system around the garage.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Could you, you run into, could you expand a little bit more on that? Maybe you're getting to what the hardship is. I'm trying to understand, and specifically talking about this connection that's going to go between the deck and the roof deck. Why you need that as opposed to Hopkins, 2 stairs, one for the deck and a Hopkins stair for the roof deck.
Yeah. So basically, we're going to have to kind of do quite a bit of excavation to demolish that current garage as it is, and so we don't want to have to. We need to put in a kind of foundation drainage system. So, I suppose we probably could have 2 stairs there and figure out a way to do it, but I think one of the other things that we're trying to consider too is making the structure as accessible as possible. So, having a kind of straight walkout to the rooftop deck increases the ability for the structure to be used by people in wheelchairs. The owners certainly want to age in place at this residence, and it also will simplify in the future anything that we need to do with wheelchair lifts and things like this as well.
And I can see that Mr. Solomon has his hand raised. Feel free to speak, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think Kiefer covered the point, but I think from our perspective, the hardship of constructing 2 stairs is a question of cost and efficiency. It's the sort of cheapest and most efficient to create the single stair and to use it to access both the garage deck and the home. It is also a hardship of use to continually walk up and down the 2 stairs if not necessary. So here we are.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? I think we have what we need, and we'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank
you. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to 297-22-S. This is 5137 North Lincoln Avenue. I can see we have Councilor Castro on, but you're not acting.
No,
as the
I'm
attorney
acting in
today.
a translation capacity from Spanish to English.
Got you.
Yeah, so I'm not acting in an attorney capacity for this case.
Okay. And
it was cleared with Victor and Nancy Razovich that I could translate.
Yeah. Okay. And do we have the applicant
Yes, she's on her phone.
Okay, I can see her as well. Let me get Nancy Radzovich on so that she can read the Department of Planning's recommendation. Hi, Nancy, how are you?
Doing well. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Could you state your name and role, please?
Absolutely. Nancy Rasevich, Assistant Commissioner with the Zoning Bureau in the Department of Planning and Development.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, could you proceed with the department's recommendation?
The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair and nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair and nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, thank you. The applicant, could you state your name and address, please?
Can I start translating?
Oh, okay. You know what? Yeah, let me swear you in as a translator.
It's fitting because it's Mexican Independence Day, and I'm going to be speaking Spanish, and I'm from Mexico, so.
Well, it's a good day for it then. Could you state,
I'm also trying to promote Ms. Rosario. If you could let her know to accept the promotion.
That's probably her baby.
Okay. Ms. Castro, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Jimena Castro, business address 1030 West Chicago, Chicago, Illinois 60642.
And do you swear or affirm to accurately translate Spanish to English and English to Spanish?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And now, can the applicant state her name and address, please?
Señora Rosario, muy buenos días. ¿Nos puede escuchar? Can I ask tech support how?
Oh, there you go. There we go. She's unmuted now.
Sí, le estoy escuchando.
Muy buenos días, señora. ¿Cómo está?
Bien, gracias. Buenos días.
Buenos días. Señora, estamos presentes en la audiencia para su caso y le están preguntando que si puede usted, por favor, decir su nombre y su dirección de su negocio, por favor.
My name is Rosario Duchimasa. La dirección es 5137 North Lincoln Avenue, suite número 1.
And
yeah, so I think that was pretty, for the court reporter at least, she stated that her name is Rosario Duchimasa. The full name is Maria Rosario, but she said Rosario Duchimasa, that she's located at 531 North Lincoln Avenue, Suite 1N.
thank you. And does the applicant swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Señora, le están pidiendo que si durante la audiencia va a decir usted la verdad y toda la verdad.
Sí.
Okay,
She
great.
does affirm.
Great. Sorry, I heard it and I was yes. Okay. I'll give you time to translate.
Thank you.
What brings you here today, Miss Duchimasa?
Señora, le están preguntando que cuál es la razón por qué está usted presente hoy en la audiencia. Entonces, tiene que explicar que está pidiendo un permiso para su salón.
Sí, estoy pidiendo un permiso para abrir un salón, para abrir un salón.
So she says that yes, that she's present here today to obtain a permit, special use permit, to be able to operate her salon.
And can you tell us your experience background in, salon work.
Señora, le están preguntando que si puede usted explicar un poquito sobre su experiencia y su experiencia también en manejar un salón.
Yo ya tengo como 15 años trabajando en esto de cosmetología en salón. Pues ahora quiero abrir un nuevo como local que ya compramos. Entonces, me gustaría, por lo que tengo ya mucha clientela de muchos años y ellos me están siguiendo para el nuevo local que yo quiero abrir.
So she said that she has about 15 years of cosmetology experience, and that she has saved up money to finally own her own salon, and that it's necessary for her to move because she has a lot of clients. And she's stating that the clients will follow her to the new location. And then as an aside, I believe the documents that she submitted states that she has another location down the street where she is a tenant. Just pointing that out.
What are the hours that she plans on having for the salon?
¿Cuáles son los horarios, señora, aproximadamente que el salón está abierto?
De 9:30 a 7.
¿Diario?
Sí, de lunes a sábado.
So the operating hours will be Monday through Saturday, approximately 9:30 to 7, approximately.
Yeah. Are you planning on having any employees?
Señora, ¿usted va a tener empleados? Y si sí va a tener empleados, ¿cuántas?
Son 2 y conmigo vamos a ser 3.
So she says it'll be 2 employees, and with me, it'll be 3 total people working.
And to the extent that it's required, you'll make sure everyone has the correct license, the license in cosmetology, correct?
Señora, le están preguntando que si todas las empleadas van a tener su licencia de cosmetología.
Sí.
Y que si van a seguir las reglas del estado como estilistas.
Sí.
So she says that everyone that will be working at her salon has a cosmetology license, and they will all be following the regulations of the state of Illinois in terms of cosmetology.
Great. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we have all we need on this one. We're going to take it under advisement.
Señora dice que no necesitan más preguntas y que van a decidir su caso cuando acabe toda la audiencia.
Okay, thank you, gracias.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to 298-22-Z. This is 2159 North Long Street. If there are any objectors here, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Okay. Candy Benegas. You're muted. Candy, you are muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 we can.
Okay, yes. My name is Candy Vanegas, and
And-
I'm the owner of 2159 North Lawn. I'm
Great.
representing myself.
Great. Can you just state your name and address, please?
My name is Candy Vanegas, and my address is 2159 North Lawn Avenue.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And you do have a witness with you?
Yes, my architect, Sanan, is here.
Oh, great. Sir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Zenon Kurdziel, Kurdziel, and my office is at 1 Riverside Road, Riverside, Illinois, 60546.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. So we can start with the applicant, although I have a feeling the architect may jump in quickly here. But what brings you here today, Ms. Venegas?
I'm seeking for a variance to build a second floor and add a two-car garage. My intentions are to live in this property once I get it fixed.
Okay. And maybe for the architect, could you just explain a little bit of what's going to happen here?
Yes. It's an existing building which is set back 61.9 feet from Long Avenue. It has a small garage at the back of it, and there's a breezeway, concrete breezeway between the existing garage and the existing structure. The intent is to demolish and remove the garage and actually build a slightly larger garage. And the issue is that we're trying to plead for the variation on the setbacks. So in other words, the garage would virtually remain where it's currently at. We would take up the area of the 6'3" where the concrete breezeway is, and basically add a second floor addition to the existing structure.
Okay. In that that garage that's going to be built, that's a two-car garage?
Yes, it is. It is a two-car garage.
Okay. Okay, great. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Have you conducted any communication with the adjacent neighbors or others in the immediate vicinity?
We did the proper postings for this, but I'm not sure if there was any. Candy, have you spoken with the next door or adjacent neighbors?
Yes, I spoke to them and they said it's okay, it's a good idea since we have too many schools in our area. This is about the garage. They said it's a good idea because it's terrible. The parking in this area is, because we are surrounded by too many schools, it's difficult to get parking space outside on the streets. So, and they said it's nice to get the house that looks so old to make it beautiful, to look nicer. Our neighborhood will look better in a way.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I think we have what we need on this one. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to 299-22-Z. This is 5410 South Kimbark.
Hello, this is Clark Evans. I'm at 5410 South Kimbark. My last name is EVANS.
Great.
The attorney Fred Augustin's here, as well as our architect Drew Bailey.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah, Mr. Evans, excuse me. Could you just again state your name and address, please?
My name is Clark Evans, Clarkevans, and I reside at 5410 South Kimberg, the address under question.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely.
Great. Mr. Bailey, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Andrew Bailey. Bailey is spelled B-A-Y as in yellow, L-E-Y, and Moss Design is at 2855 West Diversey Avenue.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. If there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Other than that, Councilor Augustin, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Fred Augustin. I'm with the law offices of Augustin Associates LLC. I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Clark Evans and Claudia Brittenham. Applicants own the subject property located at 5410 South Kimbark Avenue. It's currently improved with an existing row house that is around 126 years old. The home currently has a rear one-story addition that is deteriorating. The plan is to keep the home, but demolish the addition and construct a new two-story addition with a basement and rooftop deck. In order to construct this two-story addition, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the side and rear setbacks. Specifically, we are seeking to reduce the south side setback from 2 feet to 0, with a north side setback of 4.9 feet, as well as the combined side setback will be reduced down to 4.9 feet. And then as well as we're reducing the rear setback from the required 26.89 feet to 19.6 feet. Here with me this morning is the applicant, Clark Evans, as well as our project architect, Andrew Bailey. First witness would be Clark Evans. Mr. Evans, can you just please state your name again for the record?
Clark Evans.
And you and your wife own the property at 5410 South Kimbark Avenue, is that correct?
That's correct.
You did execute an affidavit in conjunction with this variation application, which I submitted to the board on your behalf, is that correct?
Yes.
And if we continued, your testimony will be consistent with that executed affidavit, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. If I could call my next witness, Andrew Bailey. Mr. Bailey, can you state your name and address for the record? Can you just state your name, please?
Andrew Bailey.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recognize Mr. Bailey as an expert witness in architecture for this matter.
It's not required.
Okay.
So just go ahead and proceed.
Sure. Mr. Bailey, you are familiar with the subject property, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you did execute an affidavit in conjunction with this variation application, is that correct, which I submitted to the board?
Yes, that is correct.
And if we did continue, your testimony will be consistent with the facts within the affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions. I believe there are I'm not sure if there are any objectors or supporters, but we're here to answer any questions the board may have.
No objectors have raised their hand. What are the, I know I looked at this, what's the dimensions of this lot?
It's a short and narrow lot. It's only 22 feet wide and 96 feet deep. So it's shorter and narrow than the standard lot.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, we're going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to move that we take a short break to 11 o'clock. So we're going to we're gonna do a recess until 11 a.m. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I'm a yes. We will reconvene at 11 a.m. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yeah, yes, wait, yes. I didn't know if I was on mute or not.
Oh, we got you, and we are back. Okay, and we are now moving to 300-22-Z, and we are staying with Counselor Augustine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make sure if my witnesses are on. Julio, are you on? I believe he's on. He's on mute.
I do see him. He is on mute.
So at least he's on. Beata Clark, our architect. Beata, are you on?
I'm promoting Beata right now.
Okay.
And if there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thanks, Julio. And
Beata
Beata-
needs to- oh, I think she just accepted the promotion.
okay. Okay.
So
I'll
let me
proceed.
let me get your witnesses sworn and then you can start.
Sure.
So will the applicant state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Julio Barahona, B as in boy, ARAHONA, address 5067 North Kimberly.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And then Beata, could you unmute?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Beata Clark, last name K-L-A-K. The address is 3535 North Harlem Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Counselor Augustine, take it away.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Chairman, Fred Augustine. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Julio Barahona. Applicant owns the property located at 5067 North Kimberly. It's currently improved with an existing 2-unit building that is around 105 years old. Subject property is forms one zoning lot with its adjacent lot, so essentially a double lot. Again, they both form one zoning lot. The applicant would like to maintain the existing 2-flat, but would like to subdivide the property into 2 separate zoning lots. So in order to do that, in order to do this subdivision, we are seeking variations to the existing 2-flat. Specifically, we are seeking to reduce the south side setback from 2.18 feet to 0.54 feet, with the north side setback of 3.05 feet, as well as reducing the combined side setback requirement from 5.42 feet to 3.59 feet. Again, here with me this morning is Julio Barahona and our project architect, Beata Clark. First witness is Julio. Mr. Barahona, can you please state your name again for the record?
Julio Barahona, B as in boy, ARAHONA.
And you do own the property located at 5067 North Kimberly, is that correct?
Yes.
You executed an affidavit in conjunction with this variation application, which I submitted to the board on your behalf, is that correct?
Yes.
And if we continue with your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And if I could call my next witness, Ms. Clark. Ms.
Yes.
Clark, can you just state your name again for the record?
Beata Clark,
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that correct?
correct.
Just so briefly, the applicant is seeking variations to reduce the side setbacks in order to subdivide the zoning lot into 2 separate zoning lots, is that correct?
Yes,
And it's true that the current 2-flat already has a combined side setback of 3.59 feet, as well as a south side setback of 0.54 feet, correct?
that's correct.
And since the 2-flat is remaining, these setbacks will also be remaining, is that correct?
Yes,
You did execute an affidavit in conjunction with this variation application, is that correct?
yes,
And if we did continue, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of our witnesses. I'm not sure if there are any objectors or supporters, but we're here to answer any questions the board may have.
No objectors have raised their hand. Are there any questions from the board? I have just one question. Did you have any conversations with the neighbor on the other side of the property that if we subdivide this, that it's going to get, that property is going to be sold, right? Or has it already been sold or?
No, it has not been sold.
Oh,
And I'll have the applicant speak, but basically their plan is to build a new single family home, which I believe they'll probably live in.
Yes. We're looking to build a single family home so that we can live in. And I did speak to my neighbor a couple weeks ago. She asked me if what was this that we were doing? And I explained to her that we're looking to try to do this so we could build a new house, single family for us to move into.
okay.
She didn't really say nothing more than that.
Okay. Did she indicate any objection to it?
No, she didn't.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving to 302-22-Z, 303-22-Z, 304-22-Z, and 305-22-Z. This is 4100 and 4108 South MLK Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. My name is Liz Butler. I'm a partner with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago. I just want to make sure that my witnesses were added. And I can't not see all of the participants, so.
See here, let me see. I can see we've got Gregory Williams.
We just have to accept promotion. Donna Gaines is the only one left.
Okay, well, while they're getting situated,
And if there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted as well.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the applicant in this matter, Sage Collective Properties, Inc. And I'm joined today by Donna Gaines, the president of the applicant, Dwayne Kyles, the vice president of legal and development for the applicant, and Greg Williams, who is the president of Gregory Ramon Design Studio, Inc., the project architect. In consideration of the board's very full agenda today, I will, if there are no objectors, I'll proceed with the short form of our presentation.
No objectors have raised their hand yet. Donna does still need to accept the promotion. I think she just did. There we go.
So then I'll start with a brief summary of the proposal and the request, and then we'll introduce my witnesses and ask them to affirm their affidavits.
Great.
So thank you. The applicant is proposing to rehab and reactivate the property located at 4108 South King Drive, which you see on the screen now. And in connection with that rehab project, the applicant is seeking Zoning Board of Appeals approval of variations that, similar to the matter that you just heard, will allow a division of what is a single improved zoning lot into two zoning lots. So the existing zoning lot consists of these two adjacent properties, 4100 South King Drive and 4108 South King Drive. The applicant is the owner of 4108 King Drive, and the Metropolitan Apostolic Community Church is the owner of the property at 4100 South King Drive. So with respect to the church building at 4100 South King Drive, the applicant has submitted requests with due authorization from the church for variations to reduce the side yard setback from 5 feet to 0 feet and to reduce the required rear setback from 45 feet to 0 feet, to reduce the rear yard open space requirement from 986.35 square feet to 0 feet, and to allow a floor area increase that will exceed the 2.0 FAR that is the maximum under the existing zoning. And then with respect to 4108 King Drive, the applicant has requested a variation to reduce the minimum required front setback from 12 feet to 7.08 feet, to reduce the minimum required north side setback from 3.2 feet to 0 feet, for a total combined side setback from 8 feet to 5.2 feet, and to reduce the required rear setback from 30 feet to 4.27 feet. And this sounds like a lot of relief that is being sought, but the proposal here is quite minimal. There are no changes proposed to the building envelopes at all. However, because the properties were developed as a single zoning lot in the 1800s, in order to rehab the building as proposed, the zoning lot division is required. So they are today a single zoning lot, and until approximately 2019 or 2020, the properties were under single common ownership and control. Around that time, ownership of the properties was divided when the prior owner of the entire parcel filed for bankruptcy, and the applicant purchased only the 4108 property at auction. So again, the 4108 property is now owned by the applicant, and the church property is again owned by the Metropolitan Apostolic Community Church of Christ, who has consented to this request. The 4108 property is improved with a 3-story masonry structure. It is believed to have been a single family home, but has also been occupied by commercial users. That building is orange rated according to the Chicago Historic Resources Survey. So it has, it potentially possesses historical, cultural, or architectural significance. And then the church property was constructed in 1888 and is a designated Chicago landmark. So approval of the requested variations will allow the applicant to add a single dwelling unit to the existing building. Only the interior reconfiguration of floor plans is proposed. No expansion of the footprint or building envelope to either of the buildings is proposed. The only exterior work that will be conducted is cleaning, painting, and repair of masonry where required. So it is really the separation of ownership and operation of these two portions of this single zoning lot that requires the applicant to seek this relief to separate the single zoning lot into 2 zoning lots. And that is contemplated under section 1717-301 of the zoning ordinance, which authorizes the division of improved zoning lots into 2 or more zoning lots only when those zoning lots that result from the division comply with all of the applicable bulk regulations of the zoning district in which the property is located. So given that the original development and construction of these properties predates the zoning ordinance, these properties are not and were not ever in compliance with these bulk regulations, and absent the variations that we are seeking today, the zoning lot could not be divided and the applicant could not repurpose or adaptively reuse the historic buildings as proposed. So we set forth in great detail in the findings of fact and the supporting affidavits how this request satisfies the standards in the zoning ordinance with respect to requests for variations. So I won't go through those at this time. The applicant discussed the requested variations with Alderwoman Dowell, who was supportive of the request. And we also shared the proposed plans with both of the neighbors who also consent to and support the request. So with that, I will turn to my witnesses. And Mr. Chairman, will you swear all of the witnesses in at one time?
Yes, let's go ahead and do that. Donna, could you state your name and address, please?
Good morning. My name is Donna Gaines. I'm the president of Sage Collective, and my business address. 1136 South Delano Court West, CB 201 in Chicago, Illinois, 60605.
I don't know if our court reporter got that because you broke up when you said that. You might want to, it may be that your connection may not be great. You may want to turn your video off. It usually helps with connection.
Okay.
And go ahead, just state your name and address again.
Okay, my name is Donna Gaines, and I'm the president of Sage Collective. My address is 1136 South Delano Court in Chicago, Illinois, 60605.
That is much better. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Dwayne Kyles, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Dwayne Kyles. I'm the Vice President for Legal and Development for Sage Collective Properties, also located at 1136 South Delano Court West, Chicago 60605.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Gregory Williams, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Gregory Williams, and I'm the president and principal architect of Gregory Ramon Design Studio. And our office address is 540 West 35th Street, Suite 206 in Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Councilor Butler, I do not see that we have any objectors, and I agree that your findings of fact were extensive, thorough, and very well done. So go ahead with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gaines, would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record one more time for me, please?
Yes, my name is Donna Gaines, president of Sage Collective, and my business address is 1136 South Delano Court West, Chicago, Illinois, 60605.
Thank you. And in your role as president of the applicant, you have specific knowledge regarding the subject property and the plans for the proposed development and adaptive reuse of the building, correct?
Yes.
And
correct.
you're aware, thank you. And you're aware that I, as counsel for the applicant, submitted to this board ahead of the hearing the proposed findings of fact, including an affidavit that was prepared and signed by you in connection with this matter, right?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with the proposed findings of fact and that affidavit. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. With that, I'm going to turn to my next witness, Dwayne Kyles. Mr. Kyles, could you again, for the record, please state your name, title, and business address?
Yes, I'm Dwayne Kyles, and I'm the Vice President for Legal and Development for Sage Collective Properties. Our address is 1136 South Delano Court West, Chicago, Illinois, 60605.
Thank you. And in your role as vice president of the applicant, you also have specific knowledge regarding the subject property and the plans for the proposed development and the adaptive reuse of the building at
Yes.
4108. Is that right?
Sorry, yes, I do.
Great. And you're also aware that I, as counsel for the applicant, submitted to this board before this hearing the proposed findings of fact, which you reviewed, and an affidavit prepared and signed by you, setting forth your testimony in connection with this request. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would also be consistent with the proposed findings of fact and that affidavit, right?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Kyles. No more questions for Mr. Kyles at this time, so I'll turn to our project architect, Mr. Williams. Could you please state your name and title and business address again for the record?
Yes, my name is Gregory Williams, and I'm the president and principal architect of Gregory Ramon Design Studio. And our business address is 540 West 35th Street, Suite 206 in Chicago, Illinois.
And Gregory Ramon Design Studio, Inc. is the project architect for this matter, right?
Correct.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that as counsel for the applicant, I submitted to the board ahead of this hearing the proposed findings of fact, including your CV and an affidavit that was signed by you, setting forth your testimony in connection with this matter. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would also be consistent with those findings of fact and your affidavit, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. So based on the testimony presented today and as set forth in our findings of fact and accompanying affidavits, it's respectfully submitted to the board that the requested variations are consistent with all applicable standards for approval of variations, and that the requested variations would have no adverse impact and no public purpose of any kind would be served by the denial of the request. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions for my witnesses. As I mentioned, we discussed the project with Alderwoman Dowell, and the neighboring property owners were not aware of any issues, objections, or concerns related to this request. We're available to answer any questions that the board might have, and we appreciate your time and consideration of this matter.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we have everything we need on this. Thank you very much. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along to 306-22-Z. This is 1045 North Rush Street.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Excellent. Great. For the record, my name is Katie Janke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, located at 444 West Lake Street. I represent the applicant in this matter, 1045-47 North Rush LLC. I'm joined today by David Henney, from an agent of the property owner and applicant, and James Young, the project architect from Booth Hansen. I haven't seen if they've been promoted yet, but I can jump in with our overview if you would like.
Let me see if there are any objectors. Please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. I can see that we do have David Henney promoted. And I don't think we have James Young yet.
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, great.
Oh, we've got them both. Great.
Excellent. I'll give a quick overview before turning to the witnesses. The subject property shown on the screen consists of 5,716 square feet and is bounded by the existing one-story Vans building to the north, a private alley and four-story brick building to the east, the existing two-story Carmine's building to the south, and North Rush Street to the west. The site currently contains one- and two-story brick and stucco commercial buildings that have been vacant since 2014 and includes approximately 50 feet of frontage on Rush. The property was previously split zoned, with the larger western portion being zoned DX7 and a smaller rectangular portion to the east zoned DR3 previously. On January 21st, 2021, the City Council approved a rezoning to unify the entire property as DX7. The applicant is now proposing to demolish the existing buildings and redevelop the property as a mixed-use development with a basement, retail on floors 1 and 2, a restaurant on floors 3 through 5, and one dwelling unit on floors 6 through 7. The DX7 district would require a 30-foot rear setback on the 2 floors containing the dwelling unit, and the applicant is seeking approval of a variation to reduce that from 30 feet to 4.07 feet. The variations required due to the irregular shape of the lot, with the angled west property line and an irregular property line on the east of the property, with the south 24 feet extending 16 feet east of the north half of the lot. And as mentioned, there's a private alley that extends off Cedar Street that abuts the rear of the property. Importantly, the majority of the rear of the proposed building will be adjacent to that alley. So even with the setback reduction, there will be a setback from the building to the east. 2 parking spaces will be provided and accessed from that private alley, and the overall FAR is 5.41, which is well below the maximum permitted. We've been keeping residents advised at each stage of this project through Alderman Riley's office, seeking his approval, then providing documents and drawings for posting in his newsletter and website. With those postings, we've received questions from residents through the Alderman's office and Grace Sergio, an important community stakeholder who also has collected valuable neighborhood feedback. And we've responded to all of those in real time, with the outreach work being constant and continued up until yesterday evening, continuing to provide clarification about the purpose of the ZBA application and next steps. And it should be noted that after this hearing today, the applicant would also be intending to seek the required lakefront protection approvals from the Chicago Plan Commission in the coming months. With that, I would like to turn to my first witness. Mr. Chairman, would you like to swear in both witnesses at once?
Yes, please. Mr. Henney, could you state your name and address, please?
David Henney, 9440 Enterprise Drive, Mokina, Illinois, 60448.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Young, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is James Young, Y-O-U-N-G, architect at Booth Hanson. We're located at 333 South Des Plaines Street, Suite 100.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll now call my first witness, David Henney. Mr. Henney, can you please state your name and business address for the record again?
David Henney, 9440 Enterprise Drive, Mokina, Illinois, 60448.
Thank you. And you are here as the agent of the owner of 1045 North Rush Street, correct?
Yes.
And the applicant is the owner of the property, correct?
Yes.
And DLA Piper, as counsel for the applicant, submitted proposed findings of fact and an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Yes.
If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Great. I'll now proceed, unless there are any questions at this time, to my next witness, James Young.
Yeah, we'll wait for board questions until the end.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Young, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, James Young, 333 South Des Plaines Street, Suite 100.
Thank you. You're a principal at Booth Hanson, the project architect, correct?
Correct.
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, correct?
Correct.
You were retained by the applicant to design a 7-story mixed-use building with commercial and retail space and a dwelling unit on the top floors for 1045 North Rush, correct? And as counsel for the applicant, or DLA Piper as counsel for the applicant, submitted proposed findings of fact in an affidavit signed by you in connection with this matter, correct?
Correct.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with those proposed findings of fact and affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Mr. Chairman, we're available for any questions, but everything else I believe is in our application and findings of fact. But with that, I have no more witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Oh, yes, Chair.
Go ahead, Ann.
Yeah, thank you. Council, you mentioned the hardship related to the shape of the lot, but I wondered if you could expand a little bit on that and whether you all considered, despite the shape of the lot, a building that might be able to comply with the ordinary setbacks.
Absolutely. If staff could turn or flip back to one of the previous exhibits showing the configuration of the lot, and then I would ask James to explain kind of the thought process of the design, including, I would note also, I mentioned the community process, but this has been an extensive community process, including a pretty strong desire to keep a building of the scale proposed as opposed to going any taller, which was kind of the community side of the current design, trying to accommodate those desires. But James, please feel free to jump in and add.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify the sort of nature of the east property line that you see on the right hand of this page. Because the shape of the property at this end is irregular, The rear setback dimension being requested of 4.07 feet is measured from that northeast corner, the jog corner of that east edge. So for context, if this same edge is measured to the property's southeast corner, that's a measurement of 7.07 feet, sorry. So that 16-foot dimension accounts for this private alley width that you see, the 16-foot width that's coming through. So what we're intending to do is set that 20-foot dimension or 4-foot dimension from that northeast edge straight up on all floors above level 1, just to try to respect as much of our neighbors, and then also include as much usable space for our commercial and retail tenants on the lower levels.
I appreciate that. And so just so that I understand council's comments as well, the original design had an increased setback, is that right? But the building was taller building?
One of the previous iterations of the plan going back a number of years was a taller building that maxed out the FAR at the 7. But given feedback received from the aldermen in the community, we've redesigned this a number of times to arrive at this design.
And did you all consider whether it would be economically feasible to continue the rear setback at the, at the appropriate amount and still have a shorter building?
Yes, and we've submitted the analysis in the previous or in the applications with the findings of fact as an attachment to Mr. Henney's testimony with that analysis.
Could you just briefly summarize that? And I appreciate it if you would.
Yeah, Mr. Henney, do you want to run through that analysis that you pulled together? I think you're on mute. You're still on mute, David.
Okay, my apologies on that. There's really two sides of that. There's the marketability side for the upper floors, and then there's the economic side. And as we shrink that top unit, it becomes a less desirable space for the marketplace in general. And while the costs might obviously go down with a smaller building, the rents would go down as well, given the acceptance of that type of unit, and also trying to respect the neighborhood concerns with height, et cetera.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and always appreciate hearing about, addressing and communicating with those folks in the neighborhood. So appreciate that as well. Zurich, sorry, did you have other questions?
Thank you, Anne. This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you tell me a little bit more about the dwelling unit? By whom will it be occupied?
I'll let James talk about square footages and layouts, that sort of thing, if that's what you'd like to hear as well. But at this point, there hasn't been a determination if it's going to be an owner-occupied unit or if it would be a for rent unit. But we do not foresee it being a condominium.
Okay. And if it's for rent, will it be for rent by the month with a year lease? I'm just curious about this.
Certainly, it would be minimally per month. I'm sorry, per year. Minimally per year, preferably longer.
Thank you. And the plan was sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, I think we have what we need. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
You. Okay. We're going to, I think we have a request for a continuance right now on a matter that we're going to take very quickly. Mr. Kadzai,
Yes, I apologize. I think the request for continuance is ours. We're appearing on the application for 8215 South LaSalle, Chicago, 60620. My owner and my architect, specifically my architect, is no longer available. He could not stay for these proceedings, so we would need a continuance.
Okay. So one second.
November 18.
Yes, this is 310-22-Z, will be continued to November 18th, 2022, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Okay, and now we are back to 307-22-Z and 308-22-Z. This is 40 East Burton Place with Counselor Kate Duncan.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John George. I'll be making the presentation on this matter today.
Sure. Okay. And do we have your witnesses? Looks like
We do. Good. First of all, good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is John George. I'm an attorney with offices at 71 South Wacker with the Ackerman Law Firm. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the applicant, which is Chicago Title and Trust Land Trust number 800-238-8048, which is dated January the 25th, 2022, in connection with the application for variations for the property at 40 East Burton Place. Present with me this morning is Emily Koss, the beneficiary of the applicant land trust, and also the architect, Mr. Christopher Collins. I'll make a statement first, Mr. Chairman, and then afterwards you can swear in my witnesses if you'd like, or if you'd like, you can do it right now, whatever you'd like.
We'll get your witnesses sworn, and also if there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. But so I've got two witnesses here. Emily Koss.
Correct.
Yes, good morning. Emily Koss.
Koss. Great. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Emily Koss, spelled K-O-S as in Sam, and my address is 40 East Burton Place, Chicago, Illinois, 60610.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Collins, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Christopher Collins. That's C-O-L-L-I-N-S. Office at 912 West Barry Avenue. That's B-A-R-R-Y, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, please proceed, Counselor.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the applicant in this matter is proposing to renovate the existing single-family home on this property. This property is located in an RM5 residential district and is a contributing building within the Astor Street Historic District. In order to accomplish this project, what we're asking for is variations to reduce the rear yard setback from 29.4 feet to 0, and to reduce the required north setback from 4.56 to 1.33 for a total side yard setback combination of 11.4 to 5.39, and then to relocate 314.21 square feet of required rear yard open space onto the proposed garage roof deck, which is more than 6 feet above grade. The renovations that will be included as part of this project require this relief include a small one-story addition towards the north boundary of the property to accommodate a remodeling of the kitchen and living space, and also including a stair configuration where the first floor of the existing building will meet grade of the property, and also a new garage with a roof deck above the garage to accommodate the rear yard open space. As far as the hardship that is concerned in this matter, this particular property has various manners of hardship in order for Mr. and Mrs. Koss to be able to upgrade and update the home to suit their family's needs. First, the lot which the house is seated on is irregularly shaped lot. It measures 57 feet wide by 105 feet deep. The house then has a front door facing Burton Place, though for purposes of setback, the front yard is really considered Astor Street. And because this property is a contributing building in the Astor Street Historic District, the Astor Street treatment is just as important to landmarks as the Burton Place treatment. The irregular shape of the lot, the front door in the side yard, and the landmark district all work together to present hardships that are unique to this particular piece of property when considering any possible renovations to the existing structure and trying to make the property conform with the existing requirements of the zoning code. Some background on this: prior to filing this application, Mr. and Mrs. Koss talked with their immediate neighbors regarding their proposed plans. In connection with this, myself and the architect met with the Gold Coast neighbors on 2 different occasions, and we received their support. We also met with the neighbor to the north, and he has also indicated he has no objection to this matter. I also sent plans to this whole project to the 1500 Lakeshore Drive Co-op building on Lakeshore Drive. It also should be noted that as a result of the Astor Street Historic District designation, we've had extensive engagement with the Department of Planning Historic Preservation District, which was also necessary to make sure that the proposed home was contextually within the historic district. Ultimately, we appeared before the Permit Review Committee of the Landmarks Commission, and they fully supported the project. In addition, all the plans for this project were sent at that time to Alderman Michelle Smith. She then sent a letter of support and no objection to the Landmarks Commission, and they all approved the proposed project. Along with the findings of fact we also have submitted the affidavits of Mrs. Koss, Emily Koss, and also Mr. Greg Collins. And I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if there are objections to this proposal today. So I don't know whether I should be going through the abbreviated form or having more questions asked. I don't know if anybody has signed in as objecting.
So no one has raised their hand in objection to this matter, and you are free to go with the short form.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Koss, you are the owner of the property. You and your husband are the beneficiaries of land trust that own this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of this, as part of my obligation, I have prepared and submitted an affidavit along with my findings of fact to the board. And you signed that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
I have no further questions of Mrs. Koss. I would ask Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins, are you the architect on this project?
Yes, I am.
And have you examined and made drawings for this proposed renovation?
Yes, I have.
And do you remember, did you sign and execute an affidavit in connection with the proposed findings of fact that have been introduced as part of the record in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony as part of that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I only have those 2 witnesses, and I ask that that we are here now ready to answer any questions that any of you might have concerning our proposed renovations to this project at 40 East Burton Place.
Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Mr. George, you mentioned communicating with the 1500 building just to the east of this property. What were those communications like?
Sure, I'll be glad to answer the question, Mr. Esposito. I sent the full set of drawings to the board and for their review. They then got back to me and indicated that they were fine with those. They said that they were concerned and wanted to make sure that we would not be parking cars on the sidewalk as the entrance to our garage, which I then sent an email to that effect. Last week, I received another communication from them indicating that would I have my client execute a letter to the president of their board confirming that fact. which I did at their direction, and that was sent by Mr. John Cost to the president of the co-op board to that effect. And that's all of the communications I've had with the 1500 co-op building.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we have everything we need. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is 309-22-Z. This is 2136 North Cleveland.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Kate Duncan on behalf of the applicant this morning.
Good morning, Counselor. How are you?
Well, how are you?
I've been better.
I'm sorry.
Let's see, do we have your, if there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. I can see we've got Peter McMahon. We have Chris Bohm. Yes, we do. We've got them both. Let me just go ahead and just get them sworn in right now, and then you can proceed. And again, like I said, if there are any objectors, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Mr. McMahon, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Peter McMahon, McMahon. My address is 2007 West Belmont Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Bohm, could you state your name and address, please?
Christopher Bohm, 2453 South Archer Avenue, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Counselor Duncan, please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Kate Duncan, and I'm an attorney with offices located at 71 South Wacker Drive. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of the applicant, Drimnack Development LLC, in connection with the proposed application for variations for the property located at 2136 North Cleveland Avenue. Present this morning are Peter McMahon, who's the manager for the applicant LLC, and also our licensed architect, Christopher Bohm. The applicant is proposing to renovate the existing building on the property. The property is located in an RM5 residential district and is a contributing building in the Mid-North Historic District. In order to accomplish this project, applicant is requesting a north side setback variation from 2.4 feet to 0.25 feet, with the south side yard to be 3.75 feet, for a total side setback combination variation reduced from 6 feet to 4 feet. The existing structure is in very poor condition, and so applicant is seeking to both remodel and partially demolish and rebuild the existing structure. All newly rebuilt areas will be in compliance with the zoning ordinance setback requirements. However, a portion of the existing north wall that will remain already encroaches into the required side yard setback for the north side. And so this condition is actually triggering the requirement for the side setback variations. As you can see in the photos, there are some historical elements on the north side wall and the south side wall, including an intricate cornice that applicant is seeking to retain, which is also why the preservation of the north wall is an important part of the project. Prior to filing this application, Mr. McMahon went to both neighbors on either side of the property and talked with them about the plans and the variations needed. Both neighbors issued letters of support, which we have included with our findings of fact that were submitted in connection with the application. In addition, we also met with the Mid-North Association, who issued a letter of no objection to this application. Sorry. And finally, we did receive a letter of objection, of no objection from Alderwoman Smith. It should also be noted that as a result of the Mid-North Historic District designation, we've had extensive engagement with the Department of Planning and Development, Historic Preservation Division, and it was also necessary to make sure that the proposed home was contextual with the historic district. Ultimately, the proposal before you has been supported by the Historic Preservation Division. So along with the findings of fact that we submitted, we did include affidavits of Mr. McMahon and of Mr. Bohm, including Mr. Bohm's written credentials. So I'm not sure if there are any objectors, Mr. Chairman, and so I guess I'd ask that question right now of you.
It's a good question. No objectors have raised their hand. If there are any objectors, please raise your hand. Any supporters, please raise your hand as well. But seeing no objectors, I think you can go ahead with the short form.
Okay, so Mr. McMahon, can you please state your name again for us?
Peter McMahon.
And Mr. McMahon, are you the manager of the applicant LLC?
I am.
And Mr. McMahon, in connection with this application, did you submit an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes.
Okay, and if you were to testify today, Mr. McMahon, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bohm, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bohm. Mr. Bohm, are you a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And Mr. Bohm, have you submitted an affidavit along with the findings of fact to this board?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the testimony in your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I have no further questions of my witnesses and no further witnesses. So we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We're going to take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we continued 310-22-Z, so we are moving to 311-22-S. This is 1954 West North Avenue.
And Chair, this is Commissioner McDonald. Just for the record, I am recused from this matter.
Understood. Thank you. I believe this is Counselor Fatikas.
Yes, sir. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. I can see that we've got Mr. Colliander.
And Mr. O'Brien would be
Yeah.
our MAI.
Okay. And then I had a Taryn Wright. Is he a witness as well?
In support.
Okay.
If there are questions specific to build out, we can answer those.
Gotcha. Let me go ahead and swear Mr. Colliander and Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Colliander, could you state your name and address, please?
Name is Ken Colliander, last name spelled Colliander. Address 10 South Dearborn, Chicago, Illinois, 60603.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Terrence O'Brien, O''B', maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois, professional real estate appraiser.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Fatikas.
Thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA. The applicant has a lease for the ground floor retail unit at the subject property located at 1954 West North Avenue.
Counselor, I'm sorry. I should read the department recommendation.
Oh, thank you.
Before you keep going. Let me just find it. Here we go. This is the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation with regard to 311-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed bank on the first floor and lower level of an existing building located within 600 feet of another bank facility, which is located on Six Corner Pedestrian Street, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, JP Morgan Chase Bank NA, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated January 17, 2022, and basement and first floor plans 2 sheets and exterior elevations 2 sheets dated April 25th, 2022, prepared by TAP the Architects Partnership LTD.
Thank you. So again, the applicant is proposing, as you said, to establish a bank branch within the retail tenant space. In order to do that, we're seeking a special use because the subject property is located on a 6-corner pedestrian street, and there is at least one other banking facility within 600 feet of the subject site. Again, our 2 witnesses are Mr. Ken Colliander and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Terrence O'Brien. And with that, I'd ask to call my first witness, Mr. Colliander. Ken, can you please, well, you've already stated your name and address for the record. Can you confirm that you're a vice president with the applicant, JP Morgan Chase?
Yes.
And one of your roles is to oversee the bank's construction projects in the Midwest region. Is that right?
Correct.
And that specifically includes Chicago as well as the subject site, again, at 1954 West North Avenue.
Correct.
And as part of this bank branch proposal, you'll actually be consolidating 2 other nearby branches into this location. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And those 2 other branches are 1959 West Division and 1849 West North Avenue, correct?
Correct, yes.
You believe this is a more centralized location closer to your customers, so it'll allow you to serve customers in the Wicker Park area more easily. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in terms of hours of operation, it'll be the same as Chase's other neighborhood bank branches, Monday through Friday between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. and then on Saturdays between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
And Ken, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yep, that'd be fine.
Thank you so much. Terry, can you please state your name and address for the record again?
Terrence O'Brien, O''BRIEN, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive in Northbrook, Illinois.
Counselor, let me also state that the board recognizes Mr. O'Brien's expertise based on many past appearances.
Great,
Thank you.
So Terry, you are familiar with the subject property at 1954 West North Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And the scope of your assignment in the case was to evaluate whether the requested special use met the general criteria for special use as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you physically inspected the subject property in the surrounding area?
On several occasions just last week for about the 3rd time.
Okay, and you, during that inspection, you confirmed that although there are no other typical bank branches in the subject area, there are a handful of ATMs for other banks that trigger that 600-foot separation requirement. Is that right?
I'm aware of 2 ATMs in the general vicinity of the subject. One would be at immediately across the street off on Damon there, which is in Walgreens. And there's another one right at Milwaukee and North Avenue.
Okay, and because we know that Chase is also proposing to close 2 of its stores to consolidate them in the proposed location, you're not concerned that there will be an oversaturation of financial institutions in the immediate area. Is that right?
In my opinion, no, there would not be. Actually, I believe that there would be a need for this type of use at this specific location.
And Terry, you believe that the special use criteria are otherwise being met by the applicant, correct?
Yes, I addressed all those criteria within my report.
And it's your understanding that I've submitted a copy of the report to the board?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members might have about the proposal.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we have what we need. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Moving along to 312-22-S and 313-22-Z. This is 3035 North Sheffield. And while everybody, if there's any objectors, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. While everybody is getting promoted, I will read the Department of Planning's recommendation. This is the recommendation for 312-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story, 3-dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated September 14, 2022, prepared by Axios Architects and Consultants.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the Law Offices of Sam Banks. I am here on behalf of the applicant, North South Ventures LLC. I would point out as a matter of housekeeping, Chairman, the agenda lists North Shore Ventures LLC. I believe that was possibly a typo, but given that there is a resolution that ties to the DPD recommendation, I just want to make sure that that's noted for the record. Our economic disclosure and authorization forms all correctly reference North South Ventures LLC. So I just want to make sure that point's clear for the record.
Yes, we'll we'll amend it on the record.
Great, thank you. So again, here on behalf of the applicant, North Shore Ventures LLC, the applicant owns the subject property at 3035 North Sheffield. The site measures 24 feet wide by 124.6 feet deep, and it's improved with the 2-story residential building and a covered parking area at the rear. The applicant is proposing to take down the existing building and redevelop the property with a new 4-story, 3-unit residential building. In order to reestablish and permit residential uses below the second floor of what would be a proposed new building, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a B3-2 zoning district. The applicant is also seeking a companion variation to permit an increase in the allowable FAR total for the detached garage that would be located at the rear of the lot. That's an issue in this case because of the CTA platform and utility poles located immediately behind the subject property. And we did provide a few additional photos showing those existing infrastructure, we'll call it encroachments or overhanging encroachments. So our design was really to make the garage more functional and drivable for the eventual tenants of the building, the eventual owner occupants of the building, I should say. So I do have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mrs. Jeannie Berger, our project architect, Mr. Bill Kokalius, and our MEI appraiser, Mr. Sylvester Kerwin. If you maybe want to call all 3 and swear them in, and I can get into questioning.
Great. Ms. Berger, could you state your name and address, please?
Jenny Berger, 1140 South Wabash Avenue, apartment 2402, Chicago, Illinois, 60605.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kokalius, could you state your name and address, please?
Okay, sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bill Kokalius, Axios Architects and Consultants, 188 North Wells, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Kerwin, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, good morning. Sylvester Bud Kerwin, Kerwin, and my address is 7765 West North Avenue in River Forest, Illinois. I'm a real estate appraiser and consultant and president of the company.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And we, the board recognizes your expertise based on many past appearances.
Thank you.
And Chairman, I'm not aware of any objectors to the case. We did provide a letter of recommendation or letter of non-opposition from Alderman Tunney's office, and that also referenced our review process with the Central Lakeview neighbors for this project. I can do a condensed version and then maybe answer questions just in the interest of time.
Yes, please, condensed version. No objectors have raised their hand.
Great, thank you so much. All right, Jeannie, again, you're the managing member of the applicant North South Ventures LLC,
Yes,
and that entity again owns the subject property at 3035 North Sheffield.
yes, correct.
And again, you're proposing to develop the property with a new 3-unit residential building. Is that right?
Correct.
And because it's an all residential design, a special use is required because of the underlying B3 zoning district. Is that right?
Yes,
And Jeannie, with respect to the garage, which is the second part of our request, what you tried to do was design a more functional and maneuverable access for the cars entering the garage. Is that right?
yes, it is.
So we've actually set the garage in somewhere between 7 and 8 feet to make sure that cars had a little bit more space to get around the utility pole, as well as kind of the overhang from the CTA station immediately behind the property. Is that right?
Yes,
And again, to complicate matters even more, the public alley behind the property is only 14 feet wide. Is that right?
that's correct.
So again, this was a design-driven request to be able to have a more functional garage, right?
Yes,
Jeannie, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Bill, again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois. Bill, you're on mute.
Yes, I am, Nick. I'm a licensed architect.
And you and your firm designed the proposed 4-story residential building at the subject site.
That's correct.
And as we've stated already, the issue with this particular lot as a corner property was access for cars at the rear of the property to get to the garage, right?
That's correct, yes.
And what it forced you to do was again inset the garage and provide a little bit of a larger footprint for more maneuverability for the cars coming into and actually leaving the garage. Is that right?
That's correct. There's a CTA concrete barrier right at the alley mark, and it would make it impossible for our car to get in and out if we only left a 2-foot apron as required. So we pushed the garage back. We pushed the garage further in to be able to get the 3 cars in and out.
And so we're clear for the record and for the board members, the rest of the development, the principal 4-story building was designed to comply with the bulk requirements of the underlying B3 zoning district. Is that right?
That's correct.
Bill, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes.
Thank you. And then lastly, Mr. Kerwin, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
You were retained in this case to determine whether the proposed special use met the criteria for special use approval outlined by the code. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also were asked to provide a professional opinion regarding the requested variation. Is that right?
Yes, I've done so.
And Bud, you prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions in this case?
Yes, I have.
And if you were to continue to testify, and it's your understanding, we've submitted a copy of that report to the board already. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes, it would be.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. I did want to note that in my introduction, I incorrectly stated the subject property measures 25 feet wide by 124.6 feet deep. I just want to make sure that's clear for the record. That's consistent with not only the survey, but also the plan set submitted by Mr. Kokalius.
Understood. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We're going to take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I hope you're feeling better, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, me too. It's almost the weekend. Okay. Moving next to 314-22-S, 5671 North Clark. While people are getting promoted, we'll read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. If there are any objectors, just please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. See, we've got Joe Ryan on, and it looks like we've got the applicant on as well. Let me just get him sworn, Nick, and then you can proceed.
Great.
Mr. Yono, could you state your name and address, please? And if I mispronounce your name, please correct me. You're muted, though.
Hi there. Good morning. My name is Sadi Yono. My address is 6007 North Sheridan Road, apartment 35F, Chicago, Illinois, 60660.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Ryan, could you state your name and address, please?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Okay, Chairman, again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Shy Beauty Incorporated, which intends to do business as Shy Salon and Spa. The applicant has a lease for the ground floor retail unit at the subject property located again at 5671 North Clark Street. The applicant is proposing to establish a full-service beauty salon and spa within that space. In order to do so, we're seeking a special use because there is at least one other personal service use located within 1,000 feet of the subject property. I have two witnesses again available to testify, Mr. Sariono on behalf of the applicant and Mr. Joe Ryan on behalf as the designated MAI appraiser. Chairman, I'm not aware again of an objector. I can do a short overview and we can go from there.
No objectors have raised their hand. Short form, please.
Great. Sorry, you are the president of the applicant, Shy Beauty Incorporated, is that right?
Yes.
And you're proposing to establish a full-service salon and spa at the subject property, again, at 5671 North Clark Street, is that right?
Yes.
You have 13 years of experience in the industry?
Yes, I do.
And you plan on any new hires or future hires to be properly licensed in their particular trade, is that right?
Yes.
And sorry, is it also my understanding you're relocating your current operation to the proposed site?
That's correct.
And you'll maintain similar hours of operation, those being Wednesday through Friday from 12 o'clock PM to 12 o'clock PM to 7 o'clock PM, and on Saturdays between 12 PM and 6 PM, and then again on Sundays from 12 PM to 4 PM. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And is it true, before we conclude your testimony, that you did work with the Andersonville Chamber of Commerce on this specific project?
Andersonville and Edgewater, both.
And Edgewater, both. And you believe you have support from both for your proposal?
I have support from both, yes.
It's your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the statements we provided. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ryan, are you with us?
I am.
Your assignment was to evaluate whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special use approval outlined by the code. Is that right?
Correct.
You physically inspected the subject property as well as the surrounding area?
I did.
You prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Generally speaking, you believe that all the approval criteria are met, right?
Yes.
And Joe, it's your understanding my office filed a copy of your written report with the board?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in the report?
It would be, yes.
Thank you very much. I do see, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Luna has signed on from the Alderman's office. That concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about the proposal.
Let's go to the alderman first. Mr. Luna. What brings you here today?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the ZBA. My name is Dan Luna, Chief of Staff for Alderman Osterman here in the 48th Ward. We have met with Sari and his team. We support his request. We also have a letter of support from the Edgewater Chamber of Commerce, as well as verbal communication with the Andersonville Chamber of Commerce, and both of those chambers are in full support of Sari's request. Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Thank you for coming in and showing your support. We appreciate it. All right, any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Now moving to 315-22-S. This is 6901 to 11 South Perry. If there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. And I will read the department's recommendation. Recommendation for 315-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed one-lane drive-through for a proposed Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Raina Perry LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, elevations, 2 sheets, and details dated August 12, 2021. Landscape site dated September 8, 2021, and floor plan dated May 24, 2022, all prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates. Okay. All right, so we're back with Councilor Fatikas. I can see we have Kareem Musawir on. Looks like we have the applicant. And do we have Nick Scarlatus? Yes, we do. I can see him as well. Let me just go ahead with swearing in the witnesses. And I may pronounce this wrong. Mr. Katau?
Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, I don't have my voice. But yeah, you did it correctly.
All right, that's okay that you don't have your voice. That's probably what I'm going to sound like tomorrow. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure, Sanjeev Kato, 516 Jean Darfler Court, Naperville, Illinois, 60565.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Nick Scarlatus, could you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Great, thank you. This is Nicoletta Scarlatus. I'm the project architect. Address is 5405 West 127th Street in Crestwood, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Kareem Musawir, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. Kareem Musawir. I'm at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago. We're a land use consultant.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you, sir.
And Chairman, again, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks on behalf of the applicant. Chair, I'm not aware of any objectors. So again, I can try and do more of a condensed presentation. Okay.
Yes, please,
Great.
condensed.
Thank you. So again, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Raina 69th Perry LLC. The applicant has a contract to purchase subject property at 6901 through 11 South Perry from the city of Chicago. The site itself contains approximately 21,875 square feet of total lot area. And as you can see from the photo, it's currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new one-story Dunkin' Donuts restaurant. The plans call for code-compliant landscaping and fencing, 12 on-site parking spaces, and a single-lane drive-through facility. In order to permit the drive-through facility, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a C1 zoning district. I do have, again, 3 witnesses available to testify. On behalf of the applicant, Mr. Sanjeev Patel, our project architect, Nicoletta Scarlatus, and our land planning consultant, Kareem Musawir. And
Yes,
Mr.
Counselor, before you get to your witnesses, one thing that I wanted to point out is that we have agreed, because the application actually was by Raina Perry LLC, but we've agreed to amend the application on its face to reflect the new applicant of Raina 69 Perry LLC.
You're absolutely right, Chairman. You beat me to my housekeeping point. So I am making an amendment so that any type of resolution or record correctly reflects Raina 69th Perry LLC. I'd also point out that I worked with staff and submitted a revised economic disclosure specific to that entity. Mr. Katal is the sole managing member. So again, the board and staff should have the appropriate documentation at this point.
Right, and then the recommendation too will be tied to the Raina 69 Perry LLC.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with that, Chair, I can call Mr. Katal as my first witness. Sanj, again, you're the manager of the applicant Raina 69th Perry LLC.
Yes,
And that entity has a contract to purchase the property at 6901 through 11 South Perry from the city of Chicago. Is that right?
yes, that's correct.
And as I stated, you're intending to develop it with a new Dunkin' Donuts restaurant with a one-lane drive-through facility. Is that right?
Correct.
Sanj, you have nearly 20 years of experience in the industry.
Yes,
You have 17 other locations in the Chicagoland area that operate with drive-through facilities.
correct.
And you've actually been in front of this board seeking requests or seeking approval for many of those facilities. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Sanj, before we conclude your testimony, is it true that you worked both with the Department of Community Development as well as Alderman Sawyer's office on the details of this proposal?
Yes.
And that was specifically part of the purchase contract review for the property. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you also, as part of that purchase commitment, were able to rezone the property from a split zone C1 and R district to a standard or uniform C1 district. Is that right?
Yes,
And at this point, you're not aware of any objection to the proposal. Is that right?
that's correct.
Sanj, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes,
Chairman, Nicoletta Scarlatus is available as the project architect. This is a special use though, so if it's okay, I could go right to Mr. Musawir to speak to the standards, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Kareem, again, you were retained in this case to determine whether the requested special use would meet the general criteria for special use approval as outlined by the zoning code. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
And you did prepare a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
That's right.
Generally, though, it is your professional opinion that the proposed Dunkin' Donuts restaurant with the one-lane drive-through facility would be an appropriate and compatible use at the subject site. Is that right?
Yes,
And is it also your understanding that my office filed a copy of your written report with the zoning board?
yes, it is.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements, the conclusions that you provided in your written report?
Yes, they would.
Great. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our proposal.
Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. I have a question regarding the communication that took place with the adjacent neighbors. I believe this is located immediately next door to a residential property. Could you describe the communication that took place?
Yeah, so we actually had 2 rounds of notice. The first was for the zoning change because the neighboring property is zoned residential. And then what would be the south about 25 feet of our lot was previously zoned residential, still all owned by the city of Chicago. So as part of the initial zoning change process, we were required to send notice to that property owner. And then as part of the special use, we sent a second round of notice. We've not had any other further communication. There's been no other issues or concerns raised by that neighbor that I'm aware of. And again, this began in approximately October of last year. So the zoning change wasn't finalized until January of this year. And then we sent out again our second round of notice for the special use as part of the pending application.
Okay, so there was no response. So there's no guarantee they're aware of this.
Well, other than the notices that were sent as part of the application.
Right, understood. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I just have a small clarifying question. I noticed a number of trees that are existing on the, I believe, Perry Avenue side. Are those all getting torn down and then new trees are being planted, or could you just comment on that?
And maybe a better question, Nicoletta, if you can go
Yes,
back to this.
can we please pull up the site landscape plan? We're removing one tree. It's, as you see, it's dotted along Perry Avenue.
Okay, and all the other trees that are existing will remain and are some of the ones reflected on the plan?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, we have what we need. We'll take this matter under advisement.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, now moving along to 316-22-Z. This is 2414 North Sawyer. Raise your hand if you're here in objection or in support, and we'll get you promoted. All right, we've got both David Payne and Jesse McGrath on. David, could you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Apologies. David Payne, Payne, 2212 West Sunnyside Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60625.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Jesse McGrath, could you state your name and address, please?
Jesse McGrath, offices at 4311 North Ravenswood Avenue, Suite 201, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor Fatikas?
Again, for the record.
No objectors have raised their hand. Please proceed.
Great. Again, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, P3 Properties LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 2414 North Sawyer Avenue. As you may be able to see from the survey, the subject lot is uniquely shaped and it's actually bound by 3 public alleys. The site is also currently vacant and unimproved. Now, the applicant is proposing to develop the property with a new 3-story, 9-unit residential building. In order to permit the proposed building's footprint on the atypically shaped lot, we're seeking a variation to reduce the rear setback for floors containing residential units from the required 30 feet to 7.82 feet. Again, two witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Mr. David Payne, and our project architect, Jesse McGrath. And with that, I can call my first witness, Mr. David Payne. David, you are the manager of the applicant P3 Properties LLC.
Yes.
That entity again owns the subject property at 2414 North Sawyer Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
As I stated, it's a uniquely shaped lot that's actually bound by 3 public alleys.
Correct.
And you're proposing to develop the currently vacant lot with a new 3-story, 9-unit residential building. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, in order to fit the footprint of our building as well as the footprint of the garage for on-site parking on that atypical lot, you're seeking a variation to reduce the technical setback for the floors containing residential units. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And is it true, before we conclude your testimony, David, is it true that you worked with the Logan Square Preservation Association as well as Alderman Ramirez Rosa on this project?
Yes.
And in fact, we secured a type 1 zoning change to allow this specific building plan to move forward for the request for variation. Is that right?
Yes.
And David, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statement we provided?
Yes, it would.
Great, thank you so much. Jesse, you're still on?
Yes.
You're again a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes, I am.
and you designed the building program for the proposed 3-story, 9-unit residential building. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's your professional opinion that the atypical lot shape, together with the 3 abutting alleys, creates a unique or particular difficult hardship requiring the setback reduction. Is that right?
Yes.
And just to be clear on that point, the lot is 55 feet wide at the front and only 44 feet wide at the rear. So it effectively narrows 11 feet front to back. Is that right?
That is correct.
So in order to fit code compliant parking and otherwise utilize the available FAR for the 3-story building, your plan again requires or necessitates that setback reduction.
Yes.
And then one last point, Jesse, although we are asking for a reduction down to 7.82 feet, the rear building wall of the second 2-story portion of the building will actually be set back 18 feet 2 inches from the rear lot line. Is that right?
Yes.
And for that reason, you believe, again, we had support from Logan Square Preservation as well as the alderman on this design.
Yes.
And Jesse, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Chairman, again, I abbreviated it a bit there, but that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have.
Counselor, the abbreviation was much appreciated. Any questions from the board? All right, we have what we need. We're going to take it under advisement.
I appreciate it. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, next up is 318-22-Z and 319-22-Z. This is 3415 North Seminary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Alley. Can you hear and see me today?
I can, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm my witnesses, we have Matir Patel as well as Emma Klein. I think I see them both. Very good.
Okay, great. And if there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Or if you're in support, please raise your hand. Let me just go ahead and swear your witnesses and then you can proceed. Okay, Counselor?
Thank you.
Okay. Matir Patel, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Matir Patel, 1831 West Roscoe, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And do you swear?
Sorry.
That's okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Klein, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Emma Klein. It's 181 West Madison, Suite 3815, Chicago, Illinois, 60602.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Very
Proceed,
good.
Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of Berenstain Properties LLC, the applicant for two variations for the property located at 3415 3415 North Seminary Avenue. Present with me today is Matir Patel, the applicant's representative, and Emma Klein, the project architect. The subject property measures 44 feet wide and 125 feet deep and is lawfully improved with a 3-story, 3-dwelling unit residential building at the front of the property and a 2-story, 2-dwelling unit coach house at the rear. Both buildings were built over 100 years ago. The property currently provides 0 off-street parking spaces, as both residential buildings were built prior to the Chicago zoning ordinance requiring off-street parking, making the current parking deficit a legal nonconformity. Further, the Chicago Transit Authority holds an easement on a portion of the subject property that abuts the elevated train tracks to the south, and it recently installed a transformer and a service platform that abuts the coach house. As a result, the applicant has seen a decrease in the property's rental marketability. To counter this deleterious impact, the applicant seeks to boost amenities for tenants by providing 5 new off-street parking spaces for residents of the property, which would also eliminate the parking nonconformity. However, the historic coach house occupies most of the rear setback, compelling these requested variations in order to locate the off-street parking in the rear yard open space and side yards. But for the coach house, the applicant could locate all 5 spaces at the rear of the property. The requested variation to reduce the required rear yard open space is merely a form and not a function, as the applicant will still be providing open space well in excess of what is required by code. This open space, which will be located in the property's side yard, measures 19.75 feet wide and 55 feet deep, far exceeding the code's dimension requirements for a total of 1,086 square feet, which is nearly 4 times the required square footage by code. Here, the variation to reduce the rear yard open space allows for the preservation of the coach house. It is not to facilitate a larger residential building. Furthermore, pursuant to the zoning ordinance, off-street parking can only be located in the rear setback. But again, here, the historic coach house occupies nearly all of the property's rear setback. Therefore, the parking can only be located in the rear yard open space and side yards, which requires the second variation to reduce the side yard setback. Here, such a reduction will not impair the use and enjoyment of any adjacent parcel, since there will be no new permanent vertical improvement in the side setbacks. Moreover, the north side setback will be fenced to screen any parked vehicles, while the south side setback is adjacent to the CTA elevated tracks. This proposed project is compatible with the character of the nearby area, which is residential in nature, and nearly all nearby properties are able to offer off-street parking. However, the subject property is unique in that there are no other coach houses on the block. Lastly, the applicant has shared the project plans with the immediately adjacent neighbor and has received no concerns. The applicant has also shared the plans with Alderman Tunney's office and has incorporated requested modifications from the Alderman's office, such as permeable pavers that are shown on our supplemental site plan. Accordingly, Alderman Tunney has provided a letter of no objection for these variation applications. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to confirm we have no objecting witnesses, and if so, would proceed with the short form examination of our witnesses.
No objectors have raised their hand. Please proceed with the short form.
Thank you. First off, Mr. Patel, you are the property manager for Berenstain Properties LLC, the applicant for the variations being considered under these applications, correct?
That is correct.
You are also a real estate broker licensed by the state of Illinois?
That is also correct.
Great. And Berenstain Properties LLC has owned the subject property since December of 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Patel, did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
I did.
Are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
They are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
I do.
Mr. Patel, you heard my opening statement and summary of these variation applications. Do you concur with my summary of this proposal?
I concur.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chairman, unless there are any questions for this witness, I would be ready to call our second witness, Emma Klein, the project architect.
Go to the next witness and then we'll see if there's questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Klein, you are an architect licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. You are also the project architect for the plans subject to these variation applications at 3415 North Seminary.
Yes.
And you also heard my opening statement and summary of the variation applications. Do you concur with that summary?
Yes.
Ms. Klein, did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
And are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they're correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today, those statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We would welcome any questions or comments from the board regarding this project or our proposed findings of fact.
Any questions from the board?
Just a quick clarification, wondering if someone could confirm how the parking area is accessed. Is it through the alley there? Yes,
That is correct. Through the alley. Sorry.
So just south of the coach house is the driveway. Is that? Yep. Thank you.
Correct.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this one under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment. Okay, next up is 320-22-S, 8700 South Ashland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Matthew Alley on behalf of the applicant. Just confirming we have our witnesses. We have Kojo Aka, who I saw. Kojo, are you online?
Present.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Joe Ryan, Lynn Means, and Rafal. Excellent.
Great. Before you start, I'm looking at the DPD recommendation for this one, which recommends approval, but I believe there's just a clerical error on it. Is Nancy Radzovich on?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Hi, Nancy. How are you?
Hi.
So we just have there's just a clerical error. I can see it on this one where we have to, the applicant's name that's stated in the recommendation is not the right applicant. It's just from a previous one, I think.
Oh, okay. Let me
maybe a cut and paste.
Yeah, that's usually how we set these up.
Sure.
Right. Yes, that should say
JKM
Gresham Chicken LLC.
Okay, so I'll read it that way and then.
Okay.
Or actually, you know what? How about you read how about you read this one and
Sure.
yeah, okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
The Department of Planning and Development, this is for number 320-22S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed one-lane drive-through for a proposed Williams Chicken Restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, JKM Gresham Chicken LLC, and development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated August 5th, 2022, and the floor plans and elevations dated December 14th, 2021, all prepared by Macy J. Bojarski, architect of record.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and do we have all of your witnesses on? And
We
if
do,
there
Mr. Chair.
are,
Yes.
if there are any objectors, please raise your hand. I do see a hand raised. I'm gonna phone. One second. Could the J&M Family Management unmute?
I'm available.
Hi,
I have a hard time with my video.
are you here in objection?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to raise my hand. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So it does not look like there's any objectors. Let's get your witnesses sworn in. Miss Kajo Aka. If I pronounced that wrong, I apologize.
You're fine, and that's good. Thank you. I'm here.
Oh, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Kojo Aka. The address is 8700 South Ashland, 60620, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Lynn Means, could you state your name and address?
Yes, Lynn Means with BLA 333 Pierce Road, Suite 200 in Itasca, 60143.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Rafał Kakowski?
I'm here.
Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Rafał, RAFAL-KACZKOWSKA, 5443 West Sunnyside, Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've already seen you today. You've been sworn and we've recognized your expertise, correct?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I have.
Okay, great. Proceed, Counselor.
Great. Thank you,
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, this is the court reporter. Just wanted to ask Mr. Alley to slow down just a little bit.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly. Sorry. Will do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, again, Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of JKM Gresham Chicken LLC, the applicant for a special use to reestablish a drive-through facility at 8700 South Ashland Avenue. The subject property is currently improved with a one-story commercial building with a drive-through lane that has previously been occupied by a fast food restaurant. The applicant seeks to adaptively reuse the existing building to open a Williams Chicken fast food restaurant and to reestablish the drive-through lane. Joe Ryan, the project's appraiser, finds a well-planned drive-through facility will not adversely impact the community in which it operates. Here, approvals from CDOT and DPD indicate this is a well-planned drive-through proposal. Further, there's a demonstrated demand for drive-through food options, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic has shifted consumers' preferences for acquisition of prepared food. The proposed project is compatible with the nearby area in terms of site planning and building scale, as the applicant seeks to adaptively reuse the existing building and drive-through lane that have been in existence for at least 40 years. Moreover, the design improvements to the building will enhance the commercial character of the area, and the redesign of the drive-through lane will provide sufficient width and turning radiuses to accommodate the anticipated traffic volume with sufficient stacking to prevent any backup. The proposed project is also compatible with the nearby area in terms of operating characteristics. The proposed hours of operation are 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week, with peak hours anticipated to be 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. The project appraiser has found that the hours of operation, noise, and traffic generation are compatible with the commercial character of the nearby area. The project's traffic engineer also finds the proposed use will have little effect on traffic operations, given the vehicular storage capacity on site. Further, pedestrian safety is promoted by providing dedicated curb cuts for entering and exiting vehicles on West 87th and an additional two-way curb cut on South Ashland to help disperse traffic. There will be only one ordering board, which will help to consolidate traffic, and the drive-through lane queue has a capacity of 11 vehicles. There are also 7 on-site parking spaces. The traffic engineer finds the stacking of parking capacity is more than sufficient to accommodate peak vehicular traffic. Lastly, the applicant has discussed this project with Alderman Brookins, who is in support of the proposed special use. We've also discussed the project with the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation, which has also voiced their support for the proposed special use for a drive-through. Mr. Chairman, at this time, we'll now look to call our first witness, Mr. Kojo Aka, and we'll look to proceed in an abbreviated fashion.
Proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Aka, you are the majority member of JKM Gresham Chicken LLC, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And JKM Gresham Chicken is the applicant for this special use to allow for the reestablishment of the drive-through facility at 8700 South Ashland, correct?
Yes, it is.
The applicant has a 2-year lease to operate a fast food restaurant at the property, is that right?
Yes.
Great. And Mr. Akai, you heard my opening statement and summary of this special use application. Do you concur with my summary of this matter?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Akai, did you also submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing? Are the statement, I'm sorry.
Do we submit an affidavit?
Did we prepare an affidavit that you reviewed and signed and we submitted as part of?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we
Okay,
did.
thank you. Are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Great. And do you adopt as your testimony today the statements contained within that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Our next witness would be Mr. Joe Ryan. Mr. Ryan, you are an appraiser licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
I am.
And you are the appraiser for the project subject to the special use application at 8700 South Ashland Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Did you prepare a report evaluating this special use application for compliance with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements made within this report true and correct?
Yes,
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your report?
I do.
Did you also submit an affidavit to the board prior to today's hearing?
I did.
Are the statements in your affidavit also true and correct?
Yes,
And do you also adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
I do.
Thank you. We would now call our third and final witness, Lynn Means, our traffic engineer. Ms. Means, you are a professional engineer licensed with the state of Illinois, correct?
That's correct.
Are you also the traffic engineer for the project subject to this special use application at 8700 South Ashland Avenue?
Yes, I am.
And have you previously testified and been accepted as an expert witness before this board?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Ms. Means, have you conducted an evaluation of traffic conditions in connection with the proposed redevelopment of the property to reestablish a drive-through facility?
Yes, we prepared a traffic and parking summary.
And are the statements made in this report true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your traffic report?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Means, did you also submit an affidavit to the board prior to today's hearing?
Yes, that's correct.
Are the statements made in that affidavit also true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt as your testimony, do you also adopt as your testimony the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we do have the project architect, but given that this is merely a special use, he's available to answer questions, but defer to the board for any questions, but did not plan to call him as a direct witness. That would conclude the applicant's case in chief, and we would welcome any questions from the board.
Excellent, thank you. I have a question for the applicant, Mr. Ka. Could you talk a little bit about your, do you have experience in the restaurant business, and do you tell us a little bit about that?
We have slight experience in the restaurant business. My wife manages assisted living homes, and they have restaurants and food service in there, which we order from wholesalers and whatnot, and which gave us the idea to be able to bring this to Chicago. We were able to link with our supplier, US Foods, who's based in Chicago, to help us out with supply. And this kind of fulfills kind of a dream we've had to kind of help rehabilitate some of the South Side properties in Chicago using the grant money. And that's why we decided to get into it.
Is this a franchise, or is this?
It is a franchise. We do have existing franchises in the city of Dallas, Texas. This is the first one in Illinois. And again, that's sorry, my connection's really bad. But we do have existing ones in Dallas, and we're deciding to do Chicago because it's a lucrative market. The product we have is supports the demographics in that area, and we feel it'll be a good way to turn around some of the, like a corner lot on a busy road like Ashland and 87th, and thought it would bring jobs to the community.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we are going to take this one under advisement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is 321-22-Z, 3934 South Calumet. And if you're an objector or a supporter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
Chairman, did you say 321?
Yes.
Yeah, both of the witnesses are not here, Scott Albright or Leo Robledo.
Hello, I'm here. I'm on the phone, though.
On the phone, okay.
I couldn't log in. It wasn't allowing me to log into the Zoom. This is Leo Robledo.
And we got Scott Albright just joined in also.
Excellent.
Okay, great.
Please accept the promotion to panelist.
Recording in progress.
Oh, and if you're watching the live stream, you have to turn it off because it's gonna create feedback. Okay, Scott Albright, could you state your name and address, please?
Scott Albright, 1709 North Verde Avenue, Arlington Heights, Illinois, 60004.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Leo Robledo, could you state your name and address? You may be muted.
Yes, yes, it's Leo Robledo, and my address is 3936 Home Avenue in Stickney, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, again, Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks. I'm appearing today on behalf of Eagle OZB ILP, the owner of 3934 South Calumet Avenue and the applicant for this variation. The subject property is currently a vacant lot zoned RM5, which pursuant to the zoning code is intended to accommodate multi-unit residential buildings. In fact, the neighboring properties to the north are under the same ownership and recently received a type 1 zoning change to allow for the development of 7 3-story, 3-dwelling unit residential buildings with 3 off-street parking spaces at the rear. Further, all of the other buildings on the 3900 block of South Calumet, with the exception of 1, are multi-unit residential buildings. Here, this parcel already had the RM5 zoning designation and thus was not a part of the type 1 map amendment, and the applicant has enough lot area to allow for the establishment of a 3-dwelling unit residential building that would be in keeping with the other developments already underway. However, unlike the other neighboring lots, this zoning lot measures only 23.75 feet wide, and the minimum width for a parking space is 8 feet. As such, the subject property is too narrow to accommodate the 3 off-street parking spaces that would be required in order to build 3 dwelling units. In fact, if the lot were just 0.25 feet or 3 inches wider, it could facilitate the 3 off-street parking spaces needed for this project, and this project would be entirely as of right. As such, the proposed variation here is to reduce the required off-street parking spaces from the required 3 spaces down to 2. Indeed, requiring strict compliance and thus all 3 parking spaces is impractical in this scenario. There's ample on-street parking available in the nearby area, as there is a substantial number of vacant lots and thus far less demand for street parking. Further, there are multiple modes of public transportation nearby, alleviating the need for the 3rd off-street parking space. Strict compliance would also render this project financially unfeasible, as developing only the 2 dwelling units that can be done strictly by right cannot provide for a reasonable return for the applicant. The applicant would not be able to move forward with the development of this vacant lot. If approved, the variation would allow for the development of a now vacant lot, which will increase the quality of life and general welfare of the nearby area, while also maintaining the character of the surrounding residential neighborhood. Lastly, Alderman Dow was supportive of the multi-lot development taking place here, having supported the type 1 map amendment. She's similarly not opposed to this development of the vacant parcel in keeping with the scale and design of the neighboring properties. The Bronzeville Community Development Partnership is also in support of this project. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to call our first witness, Mr. Scott Albright, and would proceed with a short form witness examination.
Proceed.
Mr. Albright, you are the Chief Development Officer of Eagle OZB ILP, correct?
I am.
And does Eagle LP own the property located at 3934 South Calumet?
It does.
And you heard my opening statement and summary of this variation application. Do you concur with my summary of this proposal?
I do.
Mr. Albright, you also submitted a supplemental affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing, correct?
Correct.
Are the statements made within that supplemental affidavit true and correct?
They are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your supplemental affidavit?
I do.
Thank you. We now turn to our architect witness, Mr. Leo Robledo. Mr. Robledo, are you an architect licensed by the state of Illinois? Sorry, you're on mute, Leo.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And have you reviewed the project plan subject to this variation application at 3934 West Calumet?
Yes, I have.
You also heard my opening statement. Do you concur with my summary of this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Did your architectural partner, Gary Wands, submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes, he did.
And have you had a chance to review Mr. Wands' affidavit in this matter?
Yes.
Are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within Mr. Wan's affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We would welcome any questions from the board.
Just to make sure I'm clear about this, Mr. Albright is an employee of the applicant, is that correct?
He is the Chief Development Officer of the applicant.
Oh, great. Okay.
As clarified through the supplemental affidavit that we submitted to ZBA staff earlier this week.
Oh, I must have missed that one. Thank you though for clarifying. Okay. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've been on this Zoom call all day waiting to be.
All right, and moving to 322-22-Z. This is 5002 to 5010 North Springfield.
I have this matter as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. If there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted, or if you're in support.
We have two witnesses, Nicholas Yasin and Victor Dropso. I believe both are online. Gentlemen, could you unmute and make sure we have your audio?
Yes, here.
Good afternoon.
Great. Excellent. Nicholas, could you state your name and address, please?
Nicholas Yasan, 1931 West Montrose Avenue, 60613.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Dropso, could you state your name and address, please?
Victor Dropso, Red Architects, licensed architect, 2123 North Damon, Chicago, Illinois, 60647.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, again, Matthew Alley with the law firm of Shane Banks. I am appearing today on behalf of Springfield One LLC, the applicant for this variation at 5002 to 5010 North Springfield Avenue. The subject property spans 3 lots and measures 84 feet wide and 125 feet deep, and is improved with a 3-story residential building with basement, currently containing 29 dwelling units and 0 off-street parking spaces. The residential building's basement currently facilitates mechanicals and laundry, along with 2 dwelling units, but there remains approximately 1/3 of the basement floor area that is unfinished and unactivated. As such, the applicant seeks to activate this underutilized floor area by establishing 2 additional dwelling units, which constitute the highest and best use of the property. The zoning of the property allows for these 2 additional units by right, as the city zoning administrator has already approved a density waiver for this project. However, the proposal does require the requested variation to reduce the required off-street parking from 2 spaces to 0, which is in keeping with the character of the nearby neighborhood, where large multi-unit residential buildings with 0 off-street parking spaces are commonplace and characteristic. Strict compliance with the zoning ordinance here would perpetuate the underutilization of this unused basement floor area, which is exacerbated by the cost to upkeep vintage buildings such as this. The applicant's hardship is that the property's zoning allows for these 2 added units. However, the configuration of the existing building, a traditional multi-unit courtyard residential building, prevents the applicant from adding the off-street spaces. Furthermore, strict compliance and thus providing the 2 parking spaces is unnecessary in this instance, as the property is served by numerous nearby bus routes and the CTA Brown Line Kimball Station that is approximately a half a mile away. Lastly, the applicant has owned and operated this residential property for over 3 years without any parking or traffic issues. The project would be completed through renovations that are entirely interior, thus creating no negative impacts to the nearby area. And lastly, the applicant has discussed this project with Alderman Nugent, who has not expressed any concerns with the requested parking reduction to facilitate the 2 added units. We now look to call our first witness, Mr. Nicholas Yasin. Mr. Yasin, are you the manager of Springfield One LLC? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Springfield One LLC has owned the property located at 5002 to 5010 North Springfield since June of 2019.
That is correct.
Mr. Yasan, you heard my opening statement and summary of this variation application. Do you concur with my summary of this proposal?
Yes, it was well summarized.
Thank you. And did you also submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
I did.
Are the statements made in the affidavit true and correct?
They are true and correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We now look to call the project architect, Mr. Drapso. Mr. Drapso, you are an architect licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, I am.
You are also the project architect for the plan subject to this variation. Is that right?
That is true.
And you also heard my opening statement and summary. Do you concur with that summary?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Drapso, did you submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements contained within your affidavit true and correct?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We would welcome any questions from the board.
Any questions from the board? You know, I just have, could someone maybe discuss the street parking situation in that area?
I'm happy to address that. There's permitted parking on Springfield. I've owned this building for 3.5 years. Every time I show up to this building, no matter what time of the day or night, there is half a dozen to a dozen parking spots available, including right in front of this building. I've never seen an issue with parking, and that's one of the reasons why we felt that this was appropriate.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, we have what we need. We're going to take it under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we are going to take a roughly a 30-minute recess. We're going to reconvene at 1:45. This way the board can get some lunch. So I move that we recess until 1:45. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I'm a yes. So we will see you back at 1:45. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
All right, we are back and we are turning to 323-22-Z. This is 2306 South Troy. Raise your hand if you are an objector or a supporter, and we'll get you promoted. You can see we've got Counselor Martinez.
Good afternoon to everyone on the board.
Good afternoon.
My client is also present in my office.
Oh, okay, great. That's Jose Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, Jose, could Jose state his name and address, please?
My name is Jose Gonzalez. I'm 2306 South Troy, Chicago, Illinois, 60623.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you. All right, proceed, Counselor Martinez.
Attorney Roberto Martinez, here seeking a variation. MARTINEZ with law offices at 4115 West 26th Street. The applicant seeks a variation to reduce the minimum required front setback from 15 feet to 0 feet in order to allow for the construction of a 3-story front stair to an existing 4-story 4-dwelling unit to be deconverted to a 3-flat.
Go ahead and present your case.
The concern is that there's a front rising mechanism, and there is a need for replacement of that front rising mechanism because it is a spiral staircase, and that is against the building code. So in the interest of public safety, the owner will maintain the front gate and has plans to build a rising mechanism to reach the 3rd floor and eliminate that attic unit. These plans will provide a means of egress for the 3rd and 2nd floor tenants, and there's ultimately no other way to develop the stair rising mechanism in a way that would not violate the zoning ordinance requiring the front setback. So here there is the building has a footprint of 21 feet and 32 feet. So replacement of the secondary escape routine is practical and is designed in accordance with the construction code for replacement of that existing spiral stair in the front. The building was constructed only 6 feet away from the property line as opposed to the required 15 feet. But more than 6 buildings on South Troy Street on that same block also do not meet the 15-foot setback requirement. The property was originally built with building permits, but there was no setback requirement at that time. And replacement of the secondary escape is intended to promote the safety and welfare of the tenants and the public in general. Was my client sworn in when you asked his name? Actually, was he?
He was, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you've owned this property since 2005, is that correct?
Yes.
And since your ownership, you never had an issue with the front exiting mechanism, but you do have building violations, and you have attempted to remediate the situation by having an architect submit these drawings. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with that, you were denied. Therefore, we are here at this variation hearing. And I did prepare a application that you reviewed and an affidavit to the effect in which you are testifying today.
Yes.
Now, if I were to ask you the questions within that affidavit, would your answers be the same or similar today?
Yes.
And as a matter of the condition of the property, is it true that there is no other way for you to create a exit mechanism for this building that would not violate the zoning ordinance, in that there are setback requirements and that the porch mechanism doesn't fit anywhere else?
Yes.
And is it true that there is already a exiting mechanism to the rear of the building, so that this variation is being requested so that way all apartments may have a front exit?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that you are put at a hardship in that there's no way that you can create this or additional exit that is required unless you were granted this variation to deviate from the required front setback?
Yes.
And there's no other way to do this?
No, yes.
Okay, that's concludes the testimony we have.
Okay, great. So just, I think I understand this one. You're getting rid of the spiral staircase and you're putting in a code compliant staircase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the hardship is the existing building, because any staircase would trigger the need for relief. True?
That is true.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you just describe who the architect is?
Yes.
When these plans were produced?
These plans were produced as of November, and then they were submitted to the city when they received a denial as of, I believe, March, and then thereafter we were retained. The architect of record is Loren Muraririu.
And they are licensed in the state of Illinois?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this one under advisement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone.
Thank
You too. All right, moving to 325-22-S. This is 3512 West Fullerton. I believe we're starting with some cases with Counselor Moore.
Yes, sir, I'm here, and we should have, Lisette Garcia and Mr. Ryan.
Okay, it looks like we have both of them. If there are any objectors or supporters, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Here, I'll go ahead and swear your witnesses in. Ms. Garcia, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Lisette Garcia. Address is 1718 North Keystone.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And Councilor Moore, Joe Ryan has already been sworn in and the board has recognized his expertise.
Thank you very much. My name for the record is Tom Moore. Lisette, will you tell the board who you are and what your profession is?
I am Lisette Garcia and I am a hairstylist currently.
And you have the proper Illinois cosmetology licenses, is that right?
Yes, I do.
How long have you been practicing your trade?
11 years now.
And for many years you worked for someone else, and then about a year ago or so you appeared in front of this board and asked for a special use to allow you to open your own shop, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And that's been going fine, but the location is not as ideal as the location, the 3512 Fullerton that we're asking for a special use now. So you want to move your business and operate from there. Is that right?
Correct.
And actually, it's closer to a lot of your existing customers, and it also has better traffic, and you think you'll do better there. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And how many chairs will you have?
3.
Okay. And what will your hours be?
Hours would be staying the same, would be 10 to 7, weekends 8 to 5.
Okay. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. And Mr. Joe Ryan, are you on?
I am.
And at my request, did you do a study of this particular location and whether or not, in your opinion, Ms. Garcia opening getting a special use and opening a salon here would have a negative effect on the surrounding properties?
I did do a report and no, it would not.
And did you also examine all the other criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use?
Yes, I did.
And in your opinion, does this application meet those criteria?
It does.
And if you were to continue to testify, would you testify consistently with the report that we have on file?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. And both of these people are available for any questions the board might have.
Before we get to questions, let me read the department's recommendation with regard to this matter, because I forgot to do it at the outset. This is 325-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Now, any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take this one under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now moving to 326-22-S, 946 West Newport.
So, Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom Moore, and hopefully we have Bramir, Sept, and Mr. Ryan.
And if you're here to object or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. I see that we've got Mr. Sept. Could you state your name and address, please, sir?
Bamir Sept, 946 West Newport Avenue, Suite A.
You should probably turn your video off and yeah, stay without video because you're breaking up. Go ahead and state your name and address again.
Bamir Sept, 946 West Newport Avenue, Suite A.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Counselor Joe Ryan has been sworn already, and we've recognized his expertise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bamir, how long have you been in the hair salon business?
Little over 10 years.
And you have the proper licensing from the state, is that right?
Yes, I'm a cosmetologist.
Yes. And you right now you have 2 shops, one on Lincoln and one right around the corner from this would-be shop, is that right?
Yes.
And if the board sees fit to grant your special use, you would be giving up the shop on Lincoln and basically consolidating, maybe even eventually giving up the shop around the corner to have one one shop to bring all your customers to. Is that right? Amir,
Yes, sir.
is that right? You're going to give up the Lincoln shop and you're going to try to
Yes.
consolidate. Okay. And
Yes.
eventually, how many positions, how many stands would this shop have?
This will have 6
Okay.
stations.
Okay. And you already have that many people working for you and or renting shares from you in your other shops. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what will your hours be?
Will be 9 to 8 Monday to Friday, and then 9 to 5 Saturday and Sunday.
Okay. And you're active in the community and the known to the alderman, and because your existing business is right around the corner, and the alderman gave you a letter of support. Is that right?
Yes.
And your customers, of course, support you. And as far as you know, your neighbors do. You're aware of no objections to your opening a shop at this location. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Ryan, at my request, you did a study on whether or not this property, if the board saw fit to grant a special use, whether or not it would have a negative effect on the surrounding properties. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And what was your opinion?
That it would not.
And you also looked at all the other criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use at this location and found that it would, that this application could meet all of those criteria. Is that right?
That's true, yes.
And you put that all in a report, which we filed. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that report. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need, Counselor. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving to 327-22-Z and 328-22-Z.
So hopefully, Mr. Chairman, we have Abby Moy and her husband, Sam Keena, and Mike Ryan, the architect, their architect.
We're here.
I see Abby in there. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like we have everybody.
Okay,
If you would please swear them in, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. And if there are any objectors, please raise your hand. Again, this is 327 and 328-22-Z, 2522 West Wilson. Samuel Keena, can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Samuel Keena. My address is 2522 West Wilson Avenue, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Ms. Moy, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Honyi Abigail Moy, and I also live at 2522 West Wilson Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mike Ryan, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Mike Ryan, 1859 North Elston in Chicago, 60642.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor, please proceed.
Thank you. So Abby, will you tell the board what your relationship is to that address 2522 West Wilson?
Sure. My husband and I purchased this house last year for our family. We have 2 kids.
And I'm sorry, and you went through the usual inspections and usual due diligence, and when you bought the house, you were assured it was compliant in every way. Is that right?
Oh, yes. The conditions, one of the many conditions of the closing was that the house complied with all zoning regulations, that it passed all inspections, and that it had received all necessary approvals from municipal authorities.
Okay, and then you and your husband, when summer came, you decided that you'd like to put a pergola and some greenery, some plantings on the existing garage roof deck. Is that right?
That's correct. It's not pictured here, but there is an existing roof deck on top of the garage that was empty when we purchased it. The developer had it approved for a pergola, but they didn't have enough time to build it. So a few months ago, we decided to just follow through on those plans and build a shade structure.
And that's when you hired Mike Ryan to submit plans so that you could move forward with that. Is that right?
Yes. And
then unbeknownst to you, when he went to get a permit for that, the examiners called out that your garage was 4 inches too close to the alley. And that's something that they said you'd have to correct by variance as a part of this procedure before they could grant you the permit for the pergola. Is that right?
That is what the examiner said, yes.
And if you were in the alley and looked at the garage, it appears to line up with the other garages. Is that right?
Yeah, in fact, it's set back further than a number of our neighbors' garages.
Okay.
It doesn't go out any further. It's either in line with some neighbors' garages or set back further.
In any case, that wasn't the fact that it may be 4 inches too close to the alley. 1 foot, 1.64 feet instead of 2 full feet wasn't anything that you had anything to do with. Is that right?
No, the garage was there when we bought it, and my understanding is the garage was the newly constructed garage was built on the exact same footprint as the old garage that was there.
Okay, and then similarly, and the architect will describe this in a little more detail, but you were also told that under the current way the examiners do the rear yard open space, you don't have enough room between your existing house and your existing garage. So the only way you could comply with that is to ask for a variance to move that to the garage roof deck as well. Is that right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And in any case, all you're trying to do is build a pergola so you have better outdoor space for your family, and you're trying to bring everything into compliance so that when you're done, you'll have the house you thought you were getting, which is a totally compliant house. Is that right?
That is what we wanted from the very beginning, yes.
Okay. Mike Ryan, you were hired to help this family get their pergola so they could use the garage roof deck for their family. Is that right?
That's correct.
And would you explain to the board this thing about the rear yard open space and how it used to be measured and how it is now measured?
Well, I'm sure the zoning board is well aware that the text of the zoning ordinance has been updated. At the time, it said that the rear yard open space must have a minimum dimension in any direction. And that interpretation has changed to being, in one direction, to being a circle that needs to fit in the rear yard open space. And so even though the previous permit plans that we obtained through FOIA show 11'2" between the house and the garage so that the rear yard open space that was previously approved under that permit is less than what is actually built, as evidenced by the Plata survey. The zoning plan examiner decided to include a variation to remove the requirement for the rear yard open space. And I've seen other zoning examiners put the rear yard open space on top of the garage, which in this case we are doing. So I thought it was peculiar that they wrote the denial that way, but that's the way the condition exists.
But in any case, what is the requirement in an R3 for that diameter, that circle?
It's a 12-foot diameter circle.
And there physically actually is not 12 feet between the existing house and the existing garage. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the only way you can meet this under the current way of making it compliant would be to get this variance and put it on the garage roof deck. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if the board grants these variances, this house, then you believe will be in full compliance. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. And both of these people, all three of these people are available for questions.
Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. We don't seem to have a photo of the existing garage. Is that correct? There are photos of other garages, but I don't see this garage. Am I missing something?
No, I don't, that's not intentional. If the board would allow, Abby or Sam, you're at home, are you? Could you go out and take a picture of from the alley, from both sides, and send it to me, and I will send it to Victor so the board has that, if we may please supplement our record that way.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, obviously we should have those photos before right now.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we didn't have it. I'm sorry.
And I guess it doesn't count to have, I do have some photos on my computer. I don't know if I can screen share or something like that to.
You'd have to get them to Victor.
Yeah, well, we will do that.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And sorry for the oversight.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. 329 was continued. 330 through 333 was continued. So now we are at 334-22-Z. This is 3742 South MLK Drive.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes, we can, Counselor. We can hear and see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Agnes Pleca. Hopefully we have our witnesses. We should have Bill Sullivan, Yves Reme, Delvin Grant, Chris O'Connor, John Hanna.
And if you're an objector, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, this is 334-22-Z. It's 3742 South MLK Drive. Raise your hand and we'll get you promoted, whether you're an objector or in support.
White milk or not? Want me to put in the fridge? Put in the refrigerator?
All right, we've got Delvin Grant. Let's see, we've got John Hanna. We've got Bill Sullivan.
Chairman, the only two people I don't see is Billy Doherty and Ives Maria Reme.
All right, so if I can interject, I apologize.
Sure.
Billy Doherty is not going to be able to make it, so we have Chris O'Connor from Donegal Excavation, just a different manager from the same excavation company.
We got him.
Okay, and I guess maybe Mr. Reme was not able to make it, so we just have Mr. Delvin Grant, one of the owners of the property.
Okay. Okay. So again, if you're here in objection or in support, raise your hand. We'll get you promoted. It's 334-22-Z. Address is 3742 South MLK Drive. Councilor Pleka, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Agnes Plaka. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe and Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. I represent the applicant, William Sullivan, who is the contract purchaser of the property. As I mentioned before, I am joined today by Bill Sullivan, the applicant, by Mr. Delvin Grant, the owner of the property, Chris O'Connor of Donegal Excavation. This is our excavation expert. And by the project architect, Mr. John Hanna, if you would like to swear them in, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Let's start with Mr. Sullivan. Could you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Bill, click on the microphone icon to unmute yourself.
There we go.
Okay, how's that?
Yep, we can hear you. Please state your name and address, please.
William Sullivan, 231 North Prospect, Park Ridge, Illinois, 60068.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Grant, can you state your name and address, please?
Delvin Grant, 3435 Current Avenue in Winter Garden, Florida, 34787.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Hanna, can you state your name and address, please?
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Councilor Pleka, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. We should have Chris O'Connor as well. We would like to swear him in as well. Chris, are you on?
I'm here.
Could you state your name and address, please?
It's Christopher O'Connor, 14260 West Marshall Drive, Manhattan, Illinois, 60442.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. So first things first, again, for the record, Agnes Pleka, attorney for the applicant. We have submitted revised plans to the board by the cutoff deadline, and I would like to ask the board that we are allowed to proceed on those revised plans. And those plans show some additional setback along the south property line. So these are the plans that the applicant is proposing to use. Is that acceptable?
One second. When did you submit these plans?
On Monday by the cutoff date with all the other exhibits. And I had a confirmation that it was received via
Okay.
email.
And is the relief that you're asking for greater than the relief that you were previously asking for?
So the relief is exactly the same. And John Hanna will be able to explain better the changes that we have made. The setback that I'm referring to, it's basically on the south side. It's about 3-foot setback, and not throughout the entire property line because that's impossible. But basically, where the neighbor has a light well, we're trying to give them even more light and air to make sure that there is a free flow. So that's the revision that we have made. But the relief is exactly the same as stated on the agenda and on the denials.
Okay. One moment. What was the date of the plans?
John, would you be able to tell us whether there was a different date on the plans that we submitted this Monday?
I can't tell you that whether we put a new date on it or not.
We are happy to resend them to the board, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I guess we're just trying to figure out. 'Cause we have plans from July 22nd.
And are these plans showing south setback of about 3 feet on the south side?
Those are the correct plans.
Oh yeah, these are the correct plans, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. These are the correct plans, yes.
Okay. Well, wait one. Sorry, Counselor, just give me one more minute here.
However long you need, so.
Okay, you know what? We just gotta sort some things out on the back end. We're gonna have to pass this case and we're gonna come back to it while we try and figure out what's what. Okay, so we're gonna pass this case for the moment. We are gonna come back to it as soon as we can ensure that we can proceed.
Does it have to do with the plans or is there some other additional?
No, it's just the plans. So we're just trying to confirm that we've got them and that the relief isn't any greater than what you were previously seeking, which I think is true, but I gotta make sure we have confirmation.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. We understand.
Okay. All right. So we will come back to 334-22-Z. But for right now, we are going to move to 335-22-Z. This is 5833 South of Nashville.
That's also me, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect.
All right, so we should have Helena Pafia and we should have Tom Agustovsky, the project architect.
Okay. See Helena and Tom. Yeah, we've got them both. Let me swear them in, and if there are any objectors, just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. So Helena, could you state your name and address, please?
Helena Bafia, 8181 Silver Lake Drive, Orland Park, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Tom, could you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. Okay, my name is Tomasz Augustowski, 1835 Webster Lane, Des Plaines, Illinois 60018.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I will do.
Great. Okay, Counselor, you can proceed, and there are no objectors on this one.
All right, sounds good. So again, good afternoon. My name is Agnes Pluck. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe and Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. And I represent the applicant Pavia Construction, Inc., which is the owner of the property as well. And I have Helena with me, who is the president of that corporation. And very simply, the applicant is proposing to build a rear two-story addition and an upper story addition to the existing one-story single-family house, which will follow the existing exterior walls. And we have existing non-conforming north side setback of 2.6. We actually have a nice large south side setback of 5.1. However, because of those existing non-conformities built more than 68 years ago, even though they are typical, if not larger than most side setbacks on a standard city lot, we need this variation to be able to build those additions and rehab the existing building. So very simply, let's just call Helena Bafia. And actually this one, we have two support letters from the adjacent neighbors. They are happy for the rehab and construction. So I will do the short version on this one. So Helena, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Helena Bafia, 8181 Silver Lake Drive, Orland Park, Illinois, 60462.
Okay. And you are the owner of the property, and you are also general contractor by trade. So you've inspected the property, you've inspected the surrounding neighborhood. So you have a personal knowledge of the unique attributes of this property and surrounding buildings as well, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and I asked you to sign the affidavits, which we prepared together, which discussed and stated all the statements that you've made to prove criteria for these variations that we are asking here today, correct?
Yes, correct.
And if I ask you to, if I continue to question you, will your answers be consistent with the statements contained in those affidavits that we submitted to the board?
It will, yes.
Okay. And Tom?
Yes.
You are the project architect?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And again, you've prepared the plans, you've inspected the property, and you heard me discussing the hardships. So are we in agreement that the existing non-conforming conditions contribute to the hardship for those site planning challenges that you have?
Yes.
Okay. And we've prepared the affidavit where you stated all your evidence and testimony in support of all the criteria for these variations, correct?
Correct.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements contained in those affidavits?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that is all that I have of my two witnesses. We are very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? I think this one is straightforward. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you so much.
And we are now going to go back to 334-22-Z because we have confirmed that we have the correct plans, that we can proceed. So we will proceed. Again, we are at 334-22-Z. This is 3742 South MLK Drive. If you are an objector or a supporter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Before we pass the case, I had already sworn in all of the witnesses, right?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, good. I'm not losing my mind. That's good to know.
And I apologize, and I just want to thank you because you should be resting, and thank you for your public service. It's been a long day, so thank you so much.
All right, proceed.
All right, so again, for the record, Agnes Pleca, attorney for the applicant. To digest the relief that we are asking here today, because when you look at it, it's quite a mouthful. The applicant is asking for front setback variations on the Calumet side. So number one, to reduce the required front setback from 15 to 2 to allow a garage structure, and also to reduce from 20 to 0 to allow parking within that area. The applicant is also asking for setback variations along the north and south property lines, to reduce unobstructed open space width required for through lots along the north and south property line from 7 to 0, and to reduce the south side setback, again, north and south side, from 2 to 0 and combined from 4 to 0. And that relief would allow him to build a row house very similar to the 2 existing row houses built on the 2 adjacent lots on each side of the subject property. So currently this property is the only unimproved lot on the subject block, as you can see on the maps that I submitted as exhibits. However, historically, you just saw a Sandburg map. This lot had been developed with a row house and a garage access of Calumet Avenue. Again, very similar to what the applicant is proposing today. We were not able to find the demo permit, so we don't know when that building was demolished. But again, we have 2 maps, 1912, that show that actually those 3 row houses, the subject property and the 2 adjacents, were one of the first properties built on this particular block. So the subject property is faced with 2 main hardships. Number one, it is a very narrow lot. It's only 20 feet wide. And number 2, this is a through lot, which is defined in the ordinance as a lot of having a pair of opposite property lines along 2 public streets. So this property has a frontage on South King Drive to the east and South Calumet Avenue to the west. And the site planning hardship with through lots is that both those opposing street lines are considered front property lines. And as such, front setback requirements apply to both ends. There is no rear setback requirement. Now, the difficulty in complying with those provisions of the ordinance stem from the fact that parking is specifically permitted in the rear setback by right. However, such parking is not permitted. It's considered unpermitted obstruction when it's located in the front setback. So through lots have an additional front setback of 20 feet specifically for parking areas. And then also through lots, which have a depth in excess of 125 feet, such as the subject property, those lots have additional very unique requirement of unobstructed open space alongside property lines. And this open space must be at least 5 feet in width, plus an additional 1 foot for every 5 feet, which exceeds 125. So in this case, we have a lot of 132 feet depth. So the property is required to provide 7-foot unobstructed setback on top of the usual 2-foot side setback along the north and south property line. And that requirement takes no consideration and doesn't mitigate for the very narrow lot width of 20 feet. So very simply, if the strict requirements of the through lot provisions are applied to this narrow lot, this property is just unbuildable, unusable. And with that introduction, I'd like to call John Hanna as my first witness. John, state your name and address for the record.
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
And John, you are the project architect. You prepared the plans, so you actually have surveyed the property, the surrounding neighborhood, the adjacent buildings, all the buildings on the block. So you have a very, you're very familiar with the unique attributes both of this property and the block.
That's all true.
Okay, could you please briefly describe the scope of our project?
So what we were trying to do is create a 3-story building that kind of matched the existing buildings on the block. We're basically doing a dentist's work here and filling in with a missing tooth. And we've made this one happens to be a 2-unit building. I don't remember what the ones on either side are, but they're a 3-story building, and we're trying to be very compatible in the architecture of the buildings on each side to bring it back to its original splendor.
Okay, thank you. And you heard me summarizing the site planning hardships for this parcel, which are again caused by narrow width and through lot designation. So is it true, in your professional opinion, that if we are required to strictly comply with those harsh throughout requirements, this lot will be unbuildable without these requested variations?
That's true.
Okay, and given these unique circumstances of this lot, is it possible to come up with any other alternative design that would allow for a functional building in strict compliance with those requirements?
You know, this one is tough. I don't think there's any way to do a 13-foot wide marketable building on this property without these requested setbacks.
Not to mention, it would basically destroy the streetscapes because it would be just so awkward looking and just completely different from every other building on the block.
Right. I hope that goes without even saying. Yes.
Right. So again, without these variations, if these variations are not granted, the lot will remain vacant and unbuildable. Correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, these hardships are due to unique circumstances, which would usually not be applicable to properties within RM5 zoning district.
True.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, true that these requested variations are consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance?
I think they are.
Okay. They preserve the traditional residential character of this block, correct?
Correct.
They maintain compatible land use and development patterns?
Absolutely.
Okay. Every building on this block is fronting on South King Drive and is using South Calumet Avenue to access their parking areas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's also true that proposed building is in line and compatible with the other existing buildings in terms of the 0 side setbacks, 0 unobstructed open space along the north and south property lines, and 0 front setback on Calumet Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, we prepared Exhibit K, which was submitted to the board, and we showed that the majority of the buildings, 9 out of 13 on this block, are improved as row houses with 0 side setback.
Yes.
Okay, and 7 out of these existing row houses are built on lots 20 foot or 19.99 wide, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in your professional opinion, proposed variations will not alter the essential character of this neighborhood?
They will not.
Okay, and in your professional opinion, granting of these variations will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property in the neighborhood?
They will not.
And we are actually proposing a building which preserves 17-foot front setback on King Drive. And the building itself is actually set back 46 feet from the Calumet Avenue property line. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So the 0 front setback on Calumet only refers to the garage that we're proposing to build, again, compatible with all the other garages along Calumet Avenue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, true that these variations will not impair adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property?
They will not.
Okay, and the reason is that majority of the buildings on this block actually have 0 side setbacks, 0 unobstructed open space, and these conditions have been there for 100 years, and they have not impaired adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties, correct?
That's correct.
So again, similarly, the proposed building will not.
Correct.
And actually, we had a little bit issue with the plans that we submitted, but I guess now we're clear that we submitted revised plans, which specifically include a 3-foot setback along the south property line where the neighbor has its light well to provide additional light and air for that area, correct?
Correct. We originally did have a 3-foot setback, but it was not as deep as it is now.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So these variations will not substantially increase congestion in the streets or increase danger of fire and danger public safety?
Correct. Correct.
And again, you designed the building in compliance with current standards of the building and fire code, correct?
Correct.
And we have 2 on-site parking spaces, plus this is actually a transit served location. So this proposed redevelopment will not contribute to generating extra congestion in the public street.
Correct, it will not.
Okay. And John, you signed the affidavit which contain your statements addressing all the criteria for the variations which I submitted to the board.
I did.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with your statements contained in your affidavit?
I would.
Okay, thank you. That is all that I have of John. Bill,
Yes.
state your
ready.
name and address.
William Sullivan, 231 North Prospect, Park Ridge, Illinois, 60068.
Okay, and you are the contract purchaser?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you have been developing properties in the city for 30 years?
Yes,
And you are, and your GC have a vast experience in constructing residential buildings, including row houses. Is that true?
that's true.
Okay, and in the past 30 years working in constructions, you have never had any issues with adjacent neighbors, or your construction activities have never caused any damage to the adjacent properties. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, and you just pride yourself in being good neighbors, providing professional construction services, and undertaking all necessary safety precautions. Is that true?
I do. The first thing I do before any project starts is I introduce myself to all the neighbors. I provide my phone number. I get their phone numbers. And it's pretty much open door. If they need to talk to me, if there's any issues, I encourage them to do that.
And you actually attempted to contact and communicate with the neighbors on both of your sites, but they were not willing to meet with you. Is that true?
Yes, they refused to talk to me.
Okay. And Bill, you are proposing to redevelop this property with a 3-story residential building, 2 dwelling units. The units will be featuring 3 bedrooms, approximately 2,400 square feet of livable space, making those units family friendly. Is that true?
That is the goal, and that was John Hanna had a big part in that, because he wanted to do something that would be positive to the neighborhood.
And as a matter of fact, we also reached out to Alderman Dowell, and Alderman Dowell was pleased that you made sure that the architectural features of this proposed building fit beautifully within the existing streetscape. Is that true?
Yes, there were no objections from her at
Okay.
all.
All right, so the fact that this is not only a very narrow lot, but also a through lot, strict compliance with requirements of the ordinance would result in particular hardships for you, because again, without these variation, this lot is not buildable.
Without the variations, the project could not go forward.
Okay, and obviously this narrow lot was platted 100 years ago, previously had been improved with a row house. So these hardships have not been created by you or the current owners for that matter. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. And in your opinion, this narrow property cannot yield a reasonable return if permitted to be used only in strict compliance with the ordinance. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, and we submitted a profit margin analysis marked as an Exhibit D, which we submitted to the board. Could you please summarize those figures for us?
Yes, we estimate the project cost, including the land, to be around $850, and we're projecting a 6% profit margin.
Okay, so the purpose of these variations is not just based exclusively upon your desire to make more money out of the property. You're just trying to build a building which fits, building that is livable, marketable, and in compliance with the current existing land use on the block. Is that true?
Yeah, based on the amount of square footage we could have built, we could have made the potentially more profitable by building large, different makeup of units. But we felt that the 2 duplexes was the best use and for the neighborhood, and for families to be able to move in the neighborhood and have ample space.
Thank you. And you were able to survey the neighborhood, and based on that survey and available public records, we prepared an Exhibit K, which basically shows the analysis of the block, which again, we submitted to the board. Is that true?
That is true.
And based on those findings, is it true that majority of the buildings, 9 out of 13 on this block, are improved as row houses with 0 side setbacks? Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. 7 of the existing row houses are built on lots 20 or 19.99 wide. Is that true?
That is true.
All the existing residential buildings are at least 3-story plus, such as the one you propose. The exception is the 20-story, 175-foot senior housing on the corner and the 1- and 2-story church building mid-block. Is that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And 12 out of 13 zoning lots have a 0 front setback on the Calumet side, and 7 lots out of 13 have parking or garages along Calumet with curb cuts and access of Calumet. Is that true?
Yes.
So exactly what you're proposing.
Yes. As John had said, it's kind of like a missing tooth, and this would bring it all together beautifully.
Okay. And 12 out of 13 buildings on this block do not provide any side setback, at least on one side. 11 out of 13 zoning lots have 0 side setbacks on both sides and 0 unobstructed open space, which the through lots require. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. So basically, not one of the existing buildings on this block strictly complies with the bulk requirements of the RM5 zoning district or through lot requirements. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. So since you are proposing a building which follows the existing land use patterns, these variations, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Is that true?
No, my opinion is it'll improve the character of the neighborhood as well as increase existing property values surrounding this building.
And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that you have the Exhibit K and Exhibit G, which was also pictures of the entire streetscape and the properties on the block. We did submit both exhibits prior to the cutoff date as well.
We do have them.
Thank you so much. So in your opinion, as an experienced developer, will these variations, which allow redevelopment of a vacant underutilized lot, diminish property values in the neighborhood?
No. They will improve. They will improve them.
Okay. And you signed the affidavit which contained your statements addressing all the criteria for the variations which I submitted to the board?
Yes.
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements contained in your affidavit?
They would.
Okay. And that is all that I have for Bill. My next witness, I would like to call Chris O'Connor of Donegal Excavating Contractors. Chris, state your name and address for the record.
And Counselor, I think at this point you can go to the short form here.
Okay, I do want to, in that case, I would like to please bring Mr. Grant, Mr. Delvin Grant, who agreed to join us today, because in a way, I would like to end with him because he's probably the most important witness. He's the owner of the property and he will be the most affected if these variations are not granted. Mr. Grant, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Delvin Grant, 3435 Current Avenue in Winter Garden, Florida, 34787.
Thank you, sir. And you bought this property about 17 years ago?
Yeah, we bought this property 17 years ago for $60,000, and we spent probably around additional $15,000 in real estate taxes and maybe another $4,000 in maintenance costs, bringing that total to about $79,000 all in.
And your understanding is that if these variations are not granted and this lot remains unbuildable under the current regulations of the zoning ordinance, you will not be able to sell this lot. You will not be able to recuperate your costs, and that would be obviously a great hardship to you.
Absolutely, there will be hardship to me and others. First of all, we wouldn't be able to, as you say, sell the lot because it becomes unsellable. It's no way that you could develop the lot without using a zero setback construction method. And right away, we are losing money. So we are already experiencing hardship because we are selling the lot for 70,000. But as I said, we are all in for 79. So right away, you know, it's at a discount, if you know what I mean. Also, if you don't develop the land, then you actually condemning it to a vacant lot. And you can't even have a vegetable garden because it's full of stones and brick. I spent many days actually removing them so I could get somebody to mow the lawn. Nobody wanted to mow the lawn because, you know, there were so many hazards on the lot, you know. But in addition to that, for me, the hardship extends beyond, you know, the sellers, which is myself and Remy, who is unavailable today. The buyer has already mentioned his hardship, but I also think there's a hardship to the county because if you condemn the lot to an empty lot, then it means that revenues that could be collected from having a new construction is denied. And also, as mentioned earlier, as mentioned earlier, the development of the land actually enhances property values, the aesthetics of the row house section on Calumet and King Drive. And for me, it's important to restore, and I think the zoning community has an obligation to preserve the historical context and architecture, and all these things would be denied. And as John said, you cannot build anything other than a new unit with zero setback. It just doesn't work. It looks like an eyesore, right? So there are a number of things here that I think are affected in terms of hardship to a number of stakeholders. And as William said, I strongly agree with him that it certainly enhances the value, property value of the neighborhood. So for me, there is no downside to granting the variance. And lastly, I think it is the best use of the property.
Thank you, sir. Well said.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, that would conclude our case in chief.
Okay, any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. I have one question about the elevation drawing we're looking at right now where it says limestone at front elevation. Is this suggesting the entire front facade is limestone?
John,
that is correct.
And then I have another question. Do you know why this lot is vacant? What happened to the original structure? Do we know?
I don't know for sure, Commissioner, and I was doing so much research because I wanted to actually be able to know and answer that question. As I was looking at the past history, there is one deed which was conveyed from the city to a prior property owner. So my guess is that property was condemned for maybe just building violations, and it just, you know, went to the city. The city demolished it and then sold it to next property owners. So that was the best I could find out, but unfortunately, I don't know for sure. I wish I knew.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If you may, could I jump in just very quickly? Actually, we had purchased the property with the intention of building something exactly like what is being offered here in terms of zero setback. But unfortunately, we run into an unscrupulous architect, and so we were forced to go to the court for redress or relief. We did get some relief, but we have not collected a penny since. So it was our intention to do exactly what is being done here, but it left a very sour taste in our mouth.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this one under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Speedy recovery, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're actually going to do something out of the ordinary because one of our commissioners has another obligation that he needs to attend to. Commissioner Toya does. So what we are going to do is we're going to move into closed session and vote on the matters that we've heard up to now. We'll come back, or I'm sorry, we're gonna go into closed session to deliberate on the evidence, and then we're gonna come back to vote on the matters that we've heard so far, and then Commissioner Toya will be leaving us, and then we will finish the rest of the matters that we have with the 4 commissioners that we have. So I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We're in closed session. Okay, I move we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve calendar number 301-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 317-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 324-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 296-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 297-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 298-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 299-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 300-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar numbers 302-22-Z, 303-22-Z, 304-22-Z, and 305-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 306-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 307-22-Z and 308-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 309-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 311-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Recused.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 312-22-S and 313-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 314-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 315-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 316-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar numbers 318-22-Z and 319-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 320-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 321-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Move to approve calendar number 322-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 323-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 325-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 326-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 327-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 334-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 335-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Okay, that is all the matters we had heard so far. So we will now continue the meeting. Sam, thank you.
Thank you.
for
Thank you.
being with us for as long as you could.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Good luck. Have a great day. I hope you feel better, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chairman, I should say. Acting Chairman. All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, thank you. Okay. All right, so we will now continue the meeting. And we are at 336-22-Z and 337-22-Z. This is 2636 North Wilton. All right, I see we have Counselor Santos.
Yes, I am here, sir.
Excellent. And let me check. I see you've got 2 witnesses.
That's correct.
Okay, got Zev Solomon and Radu Alexa.
Yes. Would you like to start by swearing them in, or would you like me to introduce them?
Let me swear them in, and then you can go.
Okay, sounds good.
Mr. Solomon, can you state your name and address, please?
Zev Solomon, 1327 West Newport, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Alexa, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Radu Alexa, 4747 West Peterson Avenue, Suite 311, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor, please proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time and attention this afternoon. I know it's been a long day already and we're getting to the end of the agenda here. I am Elizabeth Santos. I'm an attorney here in Chicago and I represent the applicant here, 2636 Wilton LLC. Zev Solomon, who is here with us today, who you just swore in, is the manager of the limited liability company and is here to testify as both the applicant and on behalf of the owner of the property, who is also the applicant. Mr. Alexa is the project architect on this project here and is an Illinois licensed architect, and I request that the board recognize him as an expert, please.
It's not required that he be recognized.
Okay, on a variance, it's not required, yes.
Correct.
So as you can see from the photograph here, this is a rather small 2-unit property that is in the Lincoln Park neighborhood in the 43rd Ward. The specifics of the property are outlined in the proposed findings of fact, but for all assembled, it is a 2 residential unit building. It is extremely small, and the lot is strangely shaped with just 1,884 total square feet, and that is because it is only 75 feet in depth, unlike the standard Chicago lot, which is 125 feet in depth. There is, in addition, there is no alley access to the rear of this property as it abuts a CTA brown line right of way. As you can see from some of the photographs that have been submitted, and the one on the left here is a good example. This small structure is actually dwarfed by the buildings on either side of it. You can see that the one to the south in the red brick is a newer construction. The one to the north with the vinyl siding on it is an older construction, but nonetheless, both buildings are substantially larger than the improvements on the subject property. The applicant is looking to turn this dilapidated and vacant building into usable, rentable housing that is in keeping with the other properties and improvements along the street, and to make this property, again, contributing part of the county tax rolls. And in order to do so, the applicant is proposing to reduce the north side yard setback for an addition to the property, and that would make the addition really just in keeping with the existing building line on the north side of the property. We did communicate at some length with the owner of that building to the north side, and you can see if you return to the photographs as well that there are no windows. You can see it in this left-hand photograph adjacent to that red line there, that there are no windows on the south facade of that property that's immediately to the north. So any building up of the property and build out of the attic as proposed here in this application would not impede any light or air to the adjacent structure. Similarly, on the south, there are no windows adjacent there, so we wouldn't have any issue with that property as well, although we didn't hear anything from the owner. The owner to the north was completely satisfied, happens to be an architect by training, by the way, but was completely satisfied and moreover, really appreciated the fact that this building is going to be rehabilitated. Having a vacant, dilapidated structure next door is not good for anybody's health or safety or the property values. In addition, just wanted to point out that all of the main addition is to the property is going up, although there are some exterior improvements to the rear. So there is a request for a rear yard reduction of the rear yard setback. And there is a request for a variation to approve the addition of some floor area to the building. We certainly understand that there is nobody who objects to this proposal, and the neighbors have received obviously notice of the application, and we have talked to those who are interested. So we look forward to just a brief recitation here and then open it up to questions from all the members of the board. So I guess I'd like to start with Mr. Solomon and to ask you please to reiterate your name and address for the record and your relationship to the entity that has submitted this application.
Sept Solomon, 1327 West Newport, Chicago, Illinois, 60657. I am a manager of 2636 Wilton LLC, which is the owner of the property.
And as the manager of the owner of the property, you and I prepared together and you submitted an affidavit with respect to the various criteria required for the issuance of a variation here, or variations plural, here on this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further here today, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit already submitted?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move on to Mr. Alexa now. Mr. Alexa, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, and you also we prepared together and you submitted an affidavit with regard to the various criteria for a variation for this property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify further here today in more detail, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that's been previously submitted?
Yes.
I think that does it for us today, Mr. Acting Chairman, unless any of the board members have any questions, in which case all three of us are here and able to answer.
Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you very much. Have a nice afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is 338-22-Z and 13-22-S, 1150 North Cicero. Going back to Councilor Moore for this one.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Tom Moore, and we should have three people. Our architect and Bigamy is the owner, and then Joe Ryan.
If there are any objectors or supporters, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. I see that we do have all your witnesses. Can we start with
they call him BG.
BG. Could you state your name and address, please?
BG Money, 9039 Ninth Avenue, Des Plaines, Illinois 60016.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Purahit,
Yes, Hemal Purohit.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Hemal Purohit. My address is 251 Bradwell Road, Inverness, Illinois 60010.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Joe Ryan is already sworn in, and we've recognized his expertise.
Thank you very much. So BG, you've been in the gas station business for with some partners for many years, is that right?
Yes, about 20 years.
And you have multiple locations.
Yes.
And this one has a car wash and a gas station, and you're going to expand the retail part of the where the people come in for the car wash while they're waiting for the car to be washed and stuff. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so we filed this case quite some time ago, and the planning department had a lot of suggestions about how you could improve the way the cars move from one side to the other. If they came in on one side, how they would get around to the other side where the car wash starts. And they had a lot of suggestions for you, including not creating a drive aisle, so not using a couple of your pumps on one side, and a number of improvements. So we had to take a continuance. Then we met with Nancy. Then we had another continuance. And is that right? We at every stage you did your best and worked with your architect to follow the suggestions and make the improvements. Is that right?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And so it ended up being a much bigger job than you originally started or thought you were going to do. And then about the time we were about to present it to the board, it turned out that we couldn't comply with the landscaping issues because when we put this drive aisle through, it was too close to Cicero Avenue, and there wasn't room to have the 7 feet of landscaping that would have otherwise been required. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so we had to then back off and file a new, besides our special use case, we had to file a variance case to relieve us from some of the stricter requirements of the landscape ordinance. Is that right?
Yeah.
But to compensate, and there have been a number of changes ongoing, and to compensate the loss of having the perimeter landscaping, we've added other landscaping other places. Is that right?
Yeah.
And so now we believe we've jumped through every hoop, and we're finally in front of the board. And it's your commitment to continue to comply with all ordinances and regulations. And you're asking the board for the special use to expand your gas station and to allow you to compensate for the variance, the landscaping in other places besides the required places. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you and I worked out an affidavit on both cases, on both the special use and the variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with both of those affidavits, which addressed each of the criteria necessary for the special use and for the variance. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the architect, will you tell the board about yourself, please? You've appeared in front of this board before, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you're licensed in Illinois, et cetera. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the owners of this business asked you to help them expand their car wash and their gas station many months ago. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you came up with a plan that more or less accomplished their goals. But when we submitted it to the board and it was reviewed by the planning department, they had a number of suggestions, including closing one curb cut, changing another curb cut, putting some flares on two other curb cuts, creating a drive aisle, and other suggestions. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And after many meetings and many versions over many months, we believe that we finally, including some actually this week, particularly with regard to landscaping, we believe we finally have incorporated all of their suggestions and have a plan that is acceptable to the planning department and will accomplish the goals of your clients. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And in your opinion, it will fit right into the neighborhood and won't change the essential character of the neighborhood. This gas station's been there and car wash been there for many years, and it'll comply with all codes and ordinances if built according to the plans you now have, the revised plans we now have submitted. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And Mr. Joe Ryan, are you there?
I am.
And many months ago, at my request, you did a study on whether or not the expansion of this gas station and the renovation of it would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values. Is that right?
Correct.
And what was your conclusion?
That it would not.
And did you also look at the other criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use? And do you have an opinion as to whether this application can meet all of those criteria?
It does.
And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with your report, which we have filed. Is that right?
I would.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't know, I think there is a letter from planning that I don't know if you had a chance to read that or not.
Who was that question posed to?
Well, you, Mr. Chairman, I don't think we usually with a special use read the
the department letter.
Yes,
My
sir.
apologies, Counselor.
Not at all.
It's COVID fog. Sorry. Okay, this is the letter for 13-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing one-story gas station with accessory car wash use building for a new accessory convenience store, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, JBP Food Mart, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated September 15th, 2022, all prepared by Purwitt Architects.
That then would be our case, Mr. Chairman.
Great. I have a question about, not with regard to the special use, but with regard to the variation. Can you go a little bit deeper into the hardship with compliance with the
Yes.
landscape ordinance?
Yes. So, Hamel, you have worked on the landscape and we've made many revisions and shown them to the planning department repeatedly. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And there is a requirement. The main thing is that there's a requirement normally where for there to be a 7-foot landscape on the perimeter of the property. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
But one of the suggestions of the planning department so that the whole site plan worked better, that is, so that cars that came in, not off of Cicero, but came off of Division, could get over to the other side of the of the station in order to enter the car wash. The problem they pointed out is if there was a car sitting at the outermost, closest to Cicero, outermost gas pump, and that car was stopped there, then there would be nowhere for the cars to get through that came in on Division to get through and go through the car wash. They'd have to go out on the street and then make a left turn back into onto Cicero, and then make a right turn back into from the Cicero side. And the planning department thought that was not didn't work very well, and so they asked us to block the pumps right along Cicero in that aisle and make that a drive aisle. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. We basically are taking the east face of 3 pumps that are facing Cicero. We would be taking them out of service in order to facilitate the automobile and pedestrian movement throughout the site in a way so that would not, affect anything adversely.
So when we do that, though, there's no room left to have a 7-foot setback or 7 foot of landscaping. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so that's really the hardship is this is an older gas station, and it didn't flow the way the planning department thought it should. And when we make the change that they've suggested, then it creates this other problem that we can't comply with the landscaping. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think that's the thinking on this and how we got to this point.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. .339 through 342 was continued, so we are now going to 343-22-S. This is 5529 South Ashland. If there are any objectors or supporters, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Chairman Kevin Coyne here. Am I coming through okay?
I can hear you, Counselor, and I can see we've got the applicant on, and then and Joe Ryan, and that's all you got and all you need, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Let me read the Department of Planning's recommendation. This is the recommendation for 343-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon.
Great.
Go ahead,
Thank you for that. Excellent. Thank you to the Planning Department. My name is Kevin Coyne. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I practice at the law firm Chuck and Texan PC, located at 120 South Riverside Plaza, Suite 1700 in the Chicago Loop. I have 2 witnesses today, the owner-operator, Tiffany Amaya, and then we also have our expert appraiser, Joe Ryan, popular guy today, are both here. Would you like to swear them in?
Yes, Tiffany, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Tiffany Amaya, and the address on my application that I was applying for is 5529 South Ashland Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60636.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. And Joe Ryan has already been sworn and his expertise has been recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Again, I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant at Next Generation Tattoo and Body Art Shop, and the relationship to the property is that of lessee/tenant. We are seeking today a special use approval to allow for a nail salon at the subject property, which is located at 5529 South Ashland Avenue in Chicago. I will note at the onset that the applicant is actually currently operating a business from the immediately adjacent property, a tattoo shop. We're looking to expand into the subject property to open a new operation that will have a new use as a nail salon. A little bit about the subject property. It is a rectangular shaped lot. It's currently zone B3-2, improved with a 2-story mixed use building that is 6,730 square feet in dimension. The site has a 50-foot frontage on the east side of South Ashland, goes 115 feet deep. The proposed use will occupy an existing, currently vacant retail unit location on the first floor of the building. The building conforms to the surrounding environment. South Ashland Avenue is a commercial corridor, a busy area with many retail and mixed-use buildings on either side of the street in this West Englewood neighborhood. The store's hours of operation will be Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. It will be closed on Sunday, which is also very compatible with surrounding businesses in the area. The applicant plans to have 5 pedicure and 5 manicure chairs, and the applicant will observe all state regulations regarding sanitation and COVID compliance. There will be no need for additional outdoor lighting or signage, noise, or traffic generation that will negatively impact the surrounding area. It's a pretty modest addition to the current business operating from the adjacent building. In terms of parking and transportation, there is a CTA bus line that runs north and south on South Ashland, right by the subject property, as well as a CTA bus line that runs east and west on West Garfield Boulevard, again, very close to the subject property. There's a Blue Line station 1 block northwest, and none of the retail or personal service uses on either side of South Ashland have been negatively impacted by pedestrian safety, and there is no reason to believe the subject use would cause any adverse impact to the neighborhood surrounding area or resident welfare. I have my first witness, if I can move forward, to Tiffany Amaya, Chairman.
Proceed.
Tiffany, can you restate your name and address for the board?
Yes, Tiffany Amaya, 5529 South Ashland Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60636.
Thank you. And you are the owner and day-to-day operator of the applicant Next Generation Tattoo?
Yes,
And you are the person that completed the special use application, findings of fact, and related affidavits to those filings? Is that correct?
yes,
And you are aware that those filings and the affidavit were submitted to the city of Chicago for today's hearing?
that is correct.
And all of those statements that you had signed to in those affidavits were truthful and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
If you were to testify fully as to all of the representations made in your special use application, the findings of fact, and related affidavits, would your testimony today remain the same and consistent with those made in those filings?
yes,
And just to take a step back, was the summary of your application and the subject property correct that I had made at the onset of the hearing correct? And I accurately stated the description of the property.
correct.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may move on to Mr. Ryan.
Proceed.
Mr. Ryan, can you state your full name for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group.
Yep. And you're a licensed real estate appraiser in the state of Illinois?
Yes,
And you regularly testify before City of Chicago Zoning Board?
I do.
And you prepared the zoning report that is dated April 6, 2022, and with
did.
respect to the subject property?
Yes,
Okay. And you also executed an affidavit attached to that report regarding your findings and your background relative to that zoning report. It was attached at the end.
yes,
And if you were to testify fully as to your findings and conclusion in your report and that attached affidavit, would your findings and testimony remain consistent with those outlined in the reference report?
They would be, yes.
And in your opinion, as an expert in this arena, has the applicant set forth and established all of the standards and requirements necessary for the city of Chicago to approve a special use for the subject property?
Yes, she did.
Great, excellent. And that is our case, Chairman, and all the witnesses and myself are available for any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? I'll ask a question. Could you, Ms. Amaya, could you just go into your background a little bit in nail salons and why you wanted to open up this shop?
Yeah, so I do have a lot of friends that do operate nail salons themselves, and I've always been interested in it. I kind of see it similar to tattoos. It is another form of art. I mean, a lot of girls like it. There's a lot of clientele. I just find it as a new way to express my art and expand my business.
Okay. So are you, so you own the tattoo shop right next door. Are you a tattoo artist?
Yes, I just
Okay.
recently became a tattoo artist.
Okay. And is there a license required to do nails?
No, we would just need the same thing, you know, making sure that we do qualify for the health department with COVID. And that's basically our main thing, is just following health requirements.
Okay. And do you have experience in doing nails?
I have a little bit of experience, yes.
And where did you gain that experience?
The same thing from learning friends. I've also took a couple of online classes about how to do nails.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, I think we have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Great. Thank you, Chairman, and to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more case.
Okay, calling calendar number 228-22-S, 229-22-Z, and 230-22-Z. This is 1548 West Ardmore. If you are here to object, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Or if you're in support. While everyone is getting situated, I will read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for 228-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story, 18-dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated September 15, 2022, prepared by Space Architects and Planners. Councilor Fatikas, let's see, we've got you. And I've got, let's see, we've got Ann Schuttler, we've got Joe Ryan, and we have Ramiel Canoon. All right. Let me get them sworn, and then I'll let you proceed.
Thank you.
Miss Schuttler, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, hello, my name is Ann Schuttler, and my address is 1025 West Oakdale Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Canown, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure, Ramil Canal, 1050 West Hubbard Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60642.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. And then Joe Ryan has testified many times today. He is sworn in and his expertise is recognized.
Great. So if I can begin, Chairman, again, my name is Nick Fatikas. I'm one of the attorneys at Jim Banks's office, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant 5905 North Clark LLC. The applicant now owns the subject property located at 1548 West Ardmore. As you can see from the survey submitted with our findings of fact submittal, the subject property is irregularly shaped and located at the corner of West Ardmore and North Clark Street. It has 47 feet of frontage along West Ardmore and just over 202 feet of frontage along Clark Street. It's also bound by two public alleys that actually join at the rear of the site. The property was previously improved with two one-story commercial buildings, and the applicant has actually taken those structures down so she could redevelop the property with a new four-story 18-unit residential building. In order to permit the proposed residential uses below the second floor of the new building, the applicant is required to obtain a special use because the subject property is located in a C1-2 zoning district. The applicant is also seeking companion variations to permit the footprint of the building and waive the loading berth requirement due to the size and shape of the subject lot. Again, three witnesses available to testify: Ms. Ann Shuttler, Ramil Canown, and our MAI appraiser, Joe Ryan. And with that, I can call my first witness, Ann. Ann, can you hear me? Oh, you might be on mute.
I am. Sorry about that.
No problem. So you're the managing member of the applicant, 5905 North Clark LLC?
Yes,
And again, that entity now owns the subject property at 1548 West Ardmore, is that right?
that's right.
And you're proposing to develop the property with a new four-story, 18-unit residential building?
Yes, that's correct.
And specifically, the plan calls for 3 duplex units on the first floor, which is why a special use is required for your building. Is that right?
That's right.
And again, given the context of the surrounding area, you believe the all residential building is an appropriate and compatible use at the subject site.
I do.
And in fact, Ardmore is predominantly a residential block, and this is the end piece to that block, right?
Correct.
And we've also identified a handful of other ground floor residential uses that front on either North Clark or North Ashland, south of the subject site.
Correct.
In addition to the special use, you're also seeking 2 variations, one to reduce the rear setback and the other is to waive the loading berth requirement. Is that right?
That's right.
And we'll get into the details with with Ramil, but the issue, as you understand it, would be the irregular and atypical lot size and shape are really, it's what's dictating the building design. Is that right?
Correct.
And before we conclude your testimony, is it true that you reviewed your project with both the Andersonville Chamber of Commerce and Alderman Osterman's office?
Yes, we have.
And you also reached out to both or all 3 of the residential neighbors abutting your property. Is that right?
That's right. And they've all voiced support.
And in fact, we received a letter of support from the Andersonville Chamber as well as a letter from Alderman Osterman's office. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Ramil, can you hear us?
I can.
And again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
That's correct.
And your firm prepared the building plan or building program for the proposed 4-story 18-unit building. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it your professional opinion that the full residential design is appropriate and compatible at the subject site?
It is.
And is it also your professional opinion that, again, the subject lot's irregular size and shape are what dictate or necessitate the requested variations?
That is correct.
Really, given that odd kind of, we'll call it a bump out that fronts along the Ardmore side of the property, there's really no way for you to design viable residential units, even above grade, without a setback reduction, again, due to the lot size and shape. Is that right?
Correct.
And with respect to the loading berth waiver, again, a technical loading berth has been difficult to actually, the geometry has been difficult to locate on the lot. Is that right?
That is also correct.
However, we are providing ample room within the garage as well as additional surface parking at the rear of the lot to help facilitate any type of move-in, move-out activities. Is that right?
Correct.
And that would specifically keep our traffic, our building's traffic off of both the Ardmore and the Clark Street frontages, right?
Yep, that's correct.
And again, it's your professional opinion that your design will operate and function in a safe manner.
That's correct.
Ramil, it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
That is correct.
Thank you. Last witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Joe Ryan. Joe, can you hear us?
I can.
And again, you were retained in this case to determine whether the proposed special use met the criteria for special use approval.
Yes, I was.
And you were also asked to provide a professional opinion regarding the requested variations. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You physically inspected the subject property in the surrounding area.
I did.
And you also prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Again, just briefly, you believe that the special use standards are being met with this application?
Yes,
And you believe the atypical lot size and shape justify or necessitate the requested variations to the rear setback as well as the waiver of the technical loading berth. Is that right?
that's correct.
And Joe, it's your understanding that I've submitted a copy of your written report to the board ahead of today's hearing?
Yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in your written report. Is that right?
that's correct.
Great. Mr. Chairman, my understanding is that David Oakes, a representative from the Andersonville Chamber of Commerce, may be on the line. I also believe Dan Luna from Alderman Osterman's office was on the line. We hope to offer support for today's project.
Sorry, I was muted, but I did see David Oakes raise his hand. And I think he's been promoted.
Great, thank you. And before Mr. Oakes speaks again, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our project.
Great. Let's hear the support, and then we'll see if there's any questions after that. David Oakes, could you state your name and address, please? We can't hear you, David.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Sorry about that. David Oakes, 5757 North Kingsdale, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead and express your support.
Thank you. And thank you all for your time today. We are in full support of this project as the commercial district of Andersonville is always in need of density. We are a very vibrant district, and there's very little places that we can build up on Clark Street, and this being all residential would be a huge benefit for our commercial district.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me see. I do see Counselor Fatikas, I do see that Dan Luna is an attendee, and I did offer to, I tried to promote him, but he hasn't accepted it. He may not be at his computer.
Okay, we can answer questions if there are any. Again, I do believe that Dan was intending to offer his support. We actually discussed earlier today and exchanged emails about when to sign in. So I just want to make sure that representation is made.
Let's see here. Oh, he is, he will be. Let me see here. I think we got him coming in. Hi, Dan, you're still, you're muted. There we go.
How's that?
Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect. Could you just state your name and role, please?
Absolutely, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the ZBA. My name is Dan Luna. I am the Chief of Staff for Alderman Harry Osterman here in the 48th Ward. Calling to comment. 1 second, please.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about that, sir.
No worries.
So, sir, I'm here to show our support for this project. Ann and her team, along with Nick, held a open house for this project. I believe some of the members of the community came out to take a look at it. We also received communication from the immediate neighbor that they also have no objections to this request. So if you have any questions for me, sir, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for anyone?
I just had a quick question. We mentioned that the loading berth you're requesting that not exist. Have you addressed how move in, move out would occur if that is waived?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner. So we actually offered two options, two solutions would be using the actual garage parking. So that would, again, purposely take the any kind of added traffic off of Clark Street or Ardmore, the side street that's residential in nature. Excuse me. But also, as I indicated in the introduction, we have effectively three alleys that run around the perimeter of the site. And Ramil's design provides open parking at the rear of the lot. So on scheduled move in and move out days, we're able to, if it can't work in the garage for whatever reason, we actually have a backup plan off-site, all with the intent of keeping the movements away from Clark Street and Ardmore.
And is it actual parking spaces off the alley, or is it just the alley?
No, it's actually, we've actually designed it. If you look back to the site plan, we're showing surface parking spaces that fill kind of the rear, it would be the northeast corner of the lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take it under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Feel better, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, we are coming to the last one of the day. This is 242-22-S and 243-22-S. Going back to Counselor, oh no, not going back, going to Counselor Murphy. All right.
Chairman.
There we go. Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you.
Okay, let me make sure we've got your witnesses. If you are here in support or objection to 242-22-S or 243-22-S, this is 1014 East 82nd Street, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. While people are getting promoted, let me read the department's recommendations for these two. It's the recommendation for 242-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of outdoor vehicle storage school buses located adjacent to an existing one-story building, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Alltown Bus Service, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated September 12th, 2022, prepared by JH Designs. And then the recommendation for 243-22-S is as follows. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of 20 off-site accessory parking spaces within 600 feet to the entrance of a facility where a school bus dispatch is located in the building at its main address of 1035 East 81st Street, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Alltown Bus Service, Inc., and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and documents dated September 12th, 2022, prepared by JH Designs. All right. Now, okay, I can see we've got Greg Poland on. Do we have Hugh Edfers?
Yes.
Oh, great. Joel Heiniger and Nelson Torres. Yes, I can see we've got them all. Let me get them sworn in. Let's start with Mr. Poland. Can you state your name and address, please?
Greg Poland, 1004 Michigan Avenue, Wilmette, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to Mr. Edfers. Can you state your name and address, please?
Hugh Edfors, 1150 North Lakeshore Drive, Unit 18K, Chicago, Illinois, 60611.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Heiniger, can you state your name and address, please?
Joel Heiniger, 4052 North Hamlin, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Torres, can you state your name and address, please?
4121 North Central Park, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
If you're watching the live stream, you should shut it off because it's going to create feedback. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Murphy, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Greg Poland is the managing member of the LLC that owns the property in question, and he's also the owner of Alltown Bus, who's the applicant. Mr. Poland purchased this property along the Illinois Central Railroad, just to the west of the railroad at 81st and 82nd Street around Dobson Avenue, from a UPS dispatch facility. And he's running a Chicago school bus dispatch facility on the property. But because of the mixed zoning that had to be straightened out, there's necessity of two special uses for him to pursue the business and have the business be on good paper. And that is the allow the parking of the school buses on the north end of the property and allow a 24 position parking lot for employees on the south end of the property. So if I may, I'll proceed with the witnesses.
Please proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Poland, could you just tell us a little bit of very, very briefly, your history with the property, why you moved there and such?
Bought the property about 8.5 years ago for the express purpose of running our school bus operation out of those two properties for Chicago Public Schools.
And did you make some minor improvements to the operation that UPS had?
No, other than what, I don't know, by minor improvements, we basically, everything was fine when we moved in.
You did some tuck pointing and other maintenance.
Oh, yeah. We did tuck pointing, roof repairs. Recently, we had a roof cave in on the other property. That's been all redone and repaired, totally redone. We're currently, this is the back parking lot. We're of the 81st Street property. And that's the only buses that are parked outside. And the other property, UPS property, all the buses are parked inside. We do repairs on the Dobson property. We have our offices there, our driver's room there, and some other offices for, meetings and parking buses. So we pretty much park all of our buses inside on the Dobson property and all of our buses inside of the 81st Street property, except for the ones in the back with the large fence.
And your main office on Dobson is across the street from a auxiliary employee parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
And that was there also when you purchased it from UPS.
It was there. It was all pretty much done. It was all pretty much done, and we just started using it. Yes.
And you know that you filed an affidavit in connection with this application?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit at this time?
Yes.
And are you now affirming that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. And if I may, I'll move on to our appraiser, Hugh Edfors. He's testified frequently before the board in the past, and I would like to submit him as an expert witness.
The board recognizes his expertise.
Hugh, did you prepare a report on this property for the board?
Yes, I did.
And did you submit it to the board with your affidavit?
Yes.
And in your report, did you find that the property as built out for the school bus operation meets the criteria for special use?
Yes.
And that's true both of the parking of the school buses on the north end of the property and the employee parking on the south end?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with that report and affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And are you now affirming that affidavit?
Yes, I am.
And finally, I will move to our architect, Joel Heiniger.
Okay.
Joel?
Yes.
You prepared the as-built drawings and the additional changes that were requested by the Department of Planning to be consistent with their landscaping ordinance in this manner, did you not?
Yes.
And did you submit an affidavit in connection with your drawings in furtherance of the application?
Yes.
If you were to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
And are you now affirming that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, presuming that we have no opponents and the fact that we have our affirmative recommendation from the Department of Planning and that the alderman has also submitted a letter in support, we rest our case.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good weekend.
All right, you as well. Okay, and that was the last one because 45 and 46 were withdrawn.
Stop video.
So I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are in closed session. Okay. I move that we return to open session. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes. Matters are continued. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes. The matters are withdrawn. Now, as we vote on the calendar matters, we voted on matters earlier, and I may have left out a calendar number that we're going to go back and vote on. We may be voting again, we may not. I'm just not sure. So we're going to vote on it again to make sure we have it in the record if we didn't vote on it the first time. And that is, I move to approve calendar number 328-22-Z. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar number 336-22-Z and 337-22-Z. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve calendar numbers 338-22-Z and 13-22-S. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve calendar number 343-22-S. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve calendar numbers 228-22-S, 229-22-Z, and 230-22-Z. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve calendar numbers 242-22-S and 243-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks? I'm sorry, Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 202-22-Z, 203-22-Z, 204-22-Z, 205-22-Z, 116-22-Z, 117-22-Z, 118-22-Z, 119-22-Z, 233-22-S, 234-22-S, 235-22-Z, 236-22-Z, 237-22-S, and 146-22-S. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
I vote yes. The resolutions are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's August 19th, 2022 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 61-21-S, 269-22-S, 282-22-Z, 283-22-Z, 288-22-Z, 32-22-S, 221-22-Z, 222-22-Z, and 223-22-Z. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes. The resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner McDonald seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thank
Thank
you,
you, Chair.
commissioners,
Thank
ZBA staff,
Yeah.
everybody. I'm glad that we got through it. Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Later.